This is the last gift I'll ever give you. My husband handed me divorce papers. I've decided to marry someone else, so thanks for being a cash machine all this time. The man I had spent so many years with turned out to be terrible. This is the story of how I got my revenge. My name is Jessica. I'm turning 50 this year, and tomorrow is a special day. I'll finally be free of debt after many years of struggling. My husband, Lance, and I worked hard together. We got married 20 years ago. I was 30, and he was 35. Lance inherited a liquor store from his parents after they passed away. I worked as an office worker. We met through a friend and started dating with marriage in mind. I had one worry: what if he wanted me to work at the store with him? At the time, I was a financial consultant, giving advice on insurance and investments to individuals and companies. I had a good paying job and loved it. I was even studying for a certification to go further in my career when he proposed. He told me, "I know you're working hard for that certification. I want to support you however I can. The store has enough staff, so I can manage it myself. You should keep chasing your dreams." His words made me want to marry him. He was kind and always supported me. I truly wanted to build a life with someone like that. As we had agreed, he focused on his business, and I focused on my career. We thought everything was going well in our marriage. About a year later, while cleaning at home on my day off, I found a pile of papers under the bed. We had only moved in less than 6 months ago. I was curious and picked up a crumpled paper. It said in big letters, "Reminder of payment." The total debt was $200,000. I was shocked. Was this a mistake? Why was there so much debt? I confronted him as soon as he got home. "What is this debt? What's going on?" He said, "It's not what you think. This debt is from my parents. When I took over the store, their debt came with it. It's secured by the land and the house we live in, so I didn't want to give up the inheritance." I understood it wasn't his personal debt, but it still needed to be dealt with. "But this is a payment reminder. Are you paying it off each month?" "I am, but sales go up and down. Sometimes I can't pay everything when business is slow. I have to pay my staff first, so I've asked the bank to wait. That's why we got this letter." At first, his explanation seemed reasonable, but it wasn't a good idea to keep delaying payments. The letter even said final notice. "I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. Don't stress. Business is okay, and we haven't lost our house yet." But I felt uneasy. Then he said something surprising. "If you're so worried, why don't you help me pay it off? You make a good salary, right?" I didn't like where he was going with this. It wasn't my store. A marriage means supporting each other, but this felt different. "Would you be okay if my store went out of business? It would affect a lot of people." He was right. His store was important to the community, especially since there weren't many shops around. They sold fresh food and even delivered to homes. I had visited the store a few times, and it was always busy. Some customers had even said they were grateful for it. "Please, honey, I'm working hard to keep the store going. Help me pay off the debt." I admired his dedication. I didn't want to see his store close, so I agreed. "Okay, I'll pay what I can from my salary each month. You focus on managing the store." I was happy he relied on me, but this was just the beginning of a change in him. 3 years later, he often came home late. "Where were you?" I asked. "Out drinking with customers again?" "Yeah, just a few drinks. Did you make the payment this month?" He started talking to me like he was giving orders. At first, I didn't think much of it, but it started bothering me after a while. He acted like it was normal for me to pay off his debt. By the way, Matt has a 3rd kid now. I envy him. Matt was Lance's friend from high school. He also had his own business. Just like Lance, his wife worked at the store with him. "I've been meaning to talk to you about that," I said, holding in what I had been thinking for a while. "Don't you think it's time for us to start a family?" His reaction was cold. "A baby? My business is just starting to grow, and we're still in debt. How can we be so careless?" That was his answer. I tried to hold back my frustration. "Matt has 3 kids now, right? We can manage 1, 2. His parents are still doing well, and his wife works at the store with him. They're different from us." I couldn't argue with that. I always thought I'd have children after getting married, but my dream was crushed easily. "So, we can have a baby after I pay off your debts," he said. "Well, I guess that's how it will be. If you make a lot of money and pay off the debts quickly, maybe I'll think about it." His rude smile made me feel sick, but I was so focused on paying off the debt that I didn't think about how wrong it was, how foolish I was. Even though it was an unfair demand, I still wanted to have a family, so I didn't question it. I just kept working hard for Lance. I took extra qualifications, passed exams, and worked for a raise. I started earning much more than most women my age. I even paid off more of the debt early, but it still wasn't disappearing quickly. Before I knew it, I was 40. I had to give up on having children. I told myself I still had my husband, and that was enough. He relied on me, and I was willing to do anything for him. As long as I believed that, I felt happy. But as time went on, Lance started coming home later and later. Some days, he didn't come home until the morning. I would be working at the store, and it would be sunrise before I realized it. One day, I had to go out with a customer, and by the time I got back, it was already morning. When I saw him working so hard to keep the store going, I felt like I had to do my best as his wife too. We were in this together, working for a better future. The months and years passed, and finally, the day came. I was about to make the last payment the next day. For all these years, I had given up on things like vacations or nice dinners to pay off the debt, but now, it was finally over. I could spend my money the way I wanted. I realized that since I got married, I'd focused too much on money. We had never taken a real vacation or gone to a fancy restaurant. Now, in my 50s, I hoped I could finally enjoy those things. The day the last payment was due, I took a day off. I cooked a special dinner, more luxurious than usual, opened a bottle of wine, and even baked Lance's favorite chocolate cake. I wanted to celebrate finally being debt-free together. When he came home, I laid everything out on the table and said, "Finally, it feels like it's been a long time, but these 20 years have gone by so fast, don't you think, honey?" He was trembling and kept his head down. I thought he might be crying out of happiness. But then, to my shock, he started laughing in a way I had never heard before. "What the hell is going on? Are you okay?" I asked. And then, the man who I had been married to for so long said the most outrageous thing. "You're dismissed now. I'm thankful for the last 20 years. Thanks to you paying off all my debt, I'm free now. Great job. I don't need you anymore." "What are you talking about?" I didn't understand what he meant. Then, he pulled something out of his bag. "This is my last present to you," he said, handing me a divorce petition. It hit me like a punch in the stomach. He proudly continued, "I've decided to marry someone else, so you're no longer useful to me. Thanks for being my cash machine." "You're getting remarried? Have you been cheating on me this whole time?" I asked, thinking back to how he always came home late, saying he was working or socializing, while I worked hard to pay off his debt, but his expression stayed smug. "I'll never read that. Unfaithful? I already have someone else in mind. I want a divorce and to marry her. That's why I've been waiting for you to pay off my debt." Tears started to form in my eyes, and I felt even more heartbroken looking at the meal I had prepared. "Get out of here," he said, handing me the divorce papers. My blood began to boil faster than my sadness or frustration could take over. "Okay, but you won't regret it," I said through clenched teeth. "No, I won't. Why would I regret divorcing an old hag like you?" "An old hag?" I was stunned. If anyone was the old fool here, it was him. Did he think he was still young? His ridiculous words helped me snap out of my shock. I took the divorce papers. "I'm taking these with me for now, and I'll be in touch." I packed my things and left the house. How could my 20 years of marriage end so easily, alone? I finally cried out of emptiness and frustration. Then I called my attorney to start the divorce process and had him send the papers to Lance. I also asked for information on his new bride-to-be. Not long after, I got a call from him. "Hey Jessica, what the hell is this document?" He sounded furious. I could picture his face turning red even over the phone, but I stayed calm. "That's a divorce agreement. What about it?" "I know what it is, but why am I being asked to pay you back?" He sounded shocked and kept yelling, "This is crazy. This isn't right." He was talking about the part where he had to repay the money I paid off for him. You did it out of your kindness, didn't you? Why are you bringing it up now?" he complained. "What do you mean? I did it as your wife, but if we're divorcing, that's a different story." It finally clicked for him. As soon as he asked for a divorce, I knew I'd have him pay back what he owed. My job as a financial consultant had given me connections, and I knew just what to do. I contacted experienced lawyers right away. The total amount, including the interest I paid for him, was just over $300,000. I was determined to get it back. He must have realized how serious I was when he saw the lawyer's name on the papers. He probably thought he could get rid of his wife without paying anything. How ridiculous. "You know I don't have that much money," he said. "Well, then why don't you sell the store?" I asked. "If I sell the store, I'll have nothing left." "You're only 55, you could still get a job. Come on, stop whining." The conversation made no sense. I almost wanted to hang up, but there was one last thing I needed to ask. "By the way, how's your new bride-to-be?" "None of your business," he snapped. I couldn't help but laugh at his rude tone. "Sounds like you've got a lot going on. Good luck." Then I hung up the phone. "Wait a minute, I've decided not to marry her. We can start over." For some reason, Lance begged me to reconsider. I yelled my final words at him and hung up the phone. "Start over? Don't kill yourself. I don't want you." I had been married to this man for 20 years. I wondered if I looked more foolish than him in the eyes of others. I had truly respected him until the divorce came up. I had watched him work hard for the store and for his customers, and I wanted to support him. But 20 years later, I realized he was just a fool. The idea of remarriage he mentioned was all part of his selfishness. It started when he began flirting with a university student working part-time. "You're so cute, Melissa. Will you be my wife?" She played along and jokingly responded, "Well, I'd think about it if you let me be a full-time housewife." The truth was, she never took him seriously. Marrying a man almost 40 years her senior was just a joke to her, but Lance thought she was being serious. When he kept pressing her, her parents had to intervene and place a restraining order against him. When I read the investigator's report, I laughed so hard I could barely breathe. When Lance started coming home late, I thought he was just working hard, but he wasn't. He was often out hitting on young women at bars and strip clubs. He made a fool of himself saying, "I'm surprisingly popular with young girls. I'm a salesman, so I have this easy-to-talk-to aura, and they get along with me. I'm told I look younger, don't you think?" The girls cringed at his comments. Without me around, his old wife as he saw it, he had no one to take care of him financially, but his delusions of himself were laughable. No one took him seriously, and he became a bit of a stalker who almost got into trouble with the police. Maybe it would have been easier if he had actually cheated on me, but the sad thing was, he couldn't even find a mistress. The reason he wanted to marry a young girl was that his friend Matt had a grandchild. Matt had told me the story. As soon as he saw my grandchild, he said he wanted to have a child himself. I scolded him for saying such a thing. He had been depending on me to clear his debts, and I was harsh with him, but I had no idea the depths of his foolishness. It was all about his self-image, and I was glad I didn't waste my golden years with him. I finally learned that I mattered more than he ever did. The divorce was finalized. The division of property wasn't clear, and Lance tried to negotiate in his favor, but my attorney was well known, and Lance quickly gave up. I wondered how such a gutless man had managed to run a business for so long. In the end, he sold the store to pay me back. His employees had already abandoned him, so no one was hurt by the sale. Customers who had once supported him were shocked when they learned the reason he was selling the store was to pay his ex-wife. Lance got what he deserved. It became a local story that, though real, felt like a comedy. Even without the sale, the bad publicity would have hurt his business. It was probably a blessing in disguise that he sold the store before he went bankrupt. The money from the sale wasn't enough to cover the full debt. Lance still works part-time jobs to pay me back. Sometimes, I get messages from him. "It was all my fault. Can we get back together?" I laugh now, remembering how Matt was so proud of his grandchild. Lance, after all this time, still tried to get back into my life. Even after I blocked his number, he kept calling from different phones. "If you contact your ex-wife any further, we'll file a restraining order." I had my attorney send him a warning. The call stopped. As usual, he was terrified of the attorney. Now, guess what I do for work? I'm a marriage counselor. At 50, I decided to try something new. A friend of mine opened a matchmaking business, and I joined her. While helping singles find love, I also advise couples on financial matters, insurance, and more. It's been a hit, and our membership grew quickly. Couples who want honest, thorough discussions about their relationships appreciate our unique services. After everything I went through, I don't want others to make the same mistakes I did. My salary is a little lower than before, but I enjoy helping others find happiness. I found mine after leaving my ex-husband. Today, I'm focused on being a bridge to someone else's happiness.
The words hung in the air like poison. You, adopt, at your age? My mother's perfectly manicured nails drummed against her coffee cup, each tap feeling like a hammer against my resolve. Darling, you can barely keep a plant alive. I'm Lara, and at 38, I thought I was prepared for my family's reaction to my decision to adopt. I wasn't. Mom, I've thought this through, I said, straightening my spine against the familiar floral print couch where I'd spent countless childhood hours being told what I couldn't do. I have a stable job, savings, and my own house. I'm ready. My father cleared his throat from his leather recliner, not looking up from his newspaper. Your mother has a point, Lara. Children need structure, a complete family. Which means what exactly, Dad? A husband? I caught my sister Trinity smirking from the doorway, her designer purse dangling from her arm like a trophy. Well, it certainly helps, Trinity chimed in, settling onto the armrest of the couch. I mean, Larry and I waited until we were married before even thinking about kids. It's just normal. Normal. There it was again. That word they'd been beating me with since I was old enough to have opinions of my own. I've already started the process, I announced, watching their faces shift from dismissive to alarmed. I've been approved for the initial assessment. My mother's coffee cup clattered against its saucer. You did what? Without consulting us? I'm 38, Mom. I don't need to consult anyone about my life choices anymore. 38 and single, Trinity muttered, examining her nails. That's exactly why you should consult someone. My brother Bradley chose that moment to wander in from the kitchen, mouth full of Mom's famous chocolate chip cookies. What's all the drama about? Your sister's latest crisis, Mom said, waving her hand dismissively. She wants to adopt, alone. Bradley choked on his cookie, coughing out crumbs as he laughed. Seriously, sis? Remember when you dog sat for me? That poor thing was traumatized for weeks. That was 15 years ago and your dog was already neurotic, I snapped, feeling my cheeks burn. I'm not the same person I was then. No, you're older now, Trinity said, her voice dripping with false concern and more desperate. I stood up, my hands shaking as I grabbed my purse. I didn't come here for permission or approval. I came to inform you because you're my family. But clearly, that doesn't mean what I thought it did. Lara, sit down, Mom commanded, using her "this discussion isn't over" voice. We're just trying to help you avoid a terrible mistake. The only mistake I made was thinking you might be happy for me. I moved toward the door, but Trinity blocked my path. We're happy when you make sensible decisions, she said. Remember that disaster with the yoga studio you wanted to open? Or the time you quit your corporate job to become a writer? Bradley added, reaching for another cookie. I have a successful marketing agency now, I said through gritted teeth, which none of you bothered to notice because you were too busy focusing on my failures. Honey, my father finally looked up from his paper. We just want what's best for you. No, you want what's easiest for you to explain to your country club friends. The words shot out before I could stop them, but for once, I didn't regret them. My mother gasped. That's completely unfair. Is it? I pushed past Trinity, who stumbled back in surprise, because I remember when Bradley dropped out of college to find himself in Europe, you called it brave. When Trinity got pregnant before her wedding, it was meant to be. But everything I do is wrong, crazy, or desperate. The silence that followed was deafening. I reached for the door handle, then turned back one last time. I'm going to be a mother. I'm going to give a child a home filled with love and acceptance. Everything I never got here. And when that happens, don't expect to be part of it. You'll regret this, my mother called after me as I stepped onto the porch. You'll see we're right. I walked to my car, my heels clicking against the concrete with purpose. Through the window, I could see them huddled together, probably already dissecting my life choices. But for the first time, their opinions felt meaningless. As I started the engine, my phone buzzed with a text from Meredith. How did it go? I smiled, feeling lighter than I had in years. Exactly as expected. Want to help me prepare for my home study? On my way with the wine and takeout, came the immediate reply. I pulled out of the driveway, catching one last glimpse of my family through the living room window. They had no idea that their doubt wasn't going to break me this time. It was going to fuel me. And what's your support system like, Lara? Miss Peterson from the adoption agency adjusted her glasses, pen hovering over her notepad. I took a deep breath, remembering Meredith's coaching from last night. I have a close friend who's been my rock through everything. She lives 10 minutes away and has already offered to be my emergency contact. And your family? The question I'd been dreading. They're not in the picture. Miss Peterson's pen stopped moving. Could you elaborate? They don't support my decision to adopt as a single mother. I forced myself to maintain eye contact, but I have a strong community outside of them. My neighbors, my colleagues, my client network, they're all incredibly supportive. She nodded, making another note. Your financial documentation is impressive. Running your own business must keep you busy. How do you plan to balance work and motherhood? I've already restructured my agency to allow for flexible hours, I explained, pulling out a detailed schedule from my folder. I can work from home 3 days a week, and I've hired 2 new account managers to handle client meetings. I've also researched several highly rated daycare centers near both my home and office. A hint of a smile crossed Miss Peterson's face. You've clearly put a lot of thought into this. My phone buzzed. Another message from Trinity. 3rd one this week. I silenced it without looking. I have, I said firmly. This isn't a whim or a midlife crisis, as some people have suggested. I've wanted to be a mother my entire life. After the meeting, I met Meredith at our favorite coffee shop. She was already at our usual corner table, 2 lattes waiting. Well, she demanded as soon as I sat down. How did it go? I think good. I wrapped my hands around the warm mug. But there's still so much ahead. Home study, background checks, more interviews. Which you'll ace, Meredith said confidently. Unlike that disaster of a family dinner last week. I grimaced. Mom's called 6 times since then. Trinity keeps texting about just wanting to talk. And even Bradley left a voicemail trying to convince me to think this through. Block them, Meredith suggested, stirring her coffee. At least until after the adoption process. You need positive energy right now. My phone buzzed again. This time it was an email from the adoption agency. My hands shook as I opened it. Oh my God, I whispered. What? What is it? Meredith leaned across the table. They want to schedule my home study next week. The reality of it hit me like a wave. This is really happening. Of course it's happening. Meredith squeezed my hand. Now, let's go shopping. That spare room needs to stop looking like a home office and start looking like a kid's paradise. We spent the afternoon at various stores, filling my cart with everything from child-proof locks to colorful bedding. At the paint store, I found myself staring at a wall of color samples. What about this one? Meredith held up a bright yellow swatch. Too intense, I said, then froze as a familiar voice carried across the store. Lara, is that you? Trinity stood at the end of the aisle, designer shopping bag in hand. Her eyes darted from me to the paint samples to the shopping cart full of child safety equipment. So you're really going through with this? She asked, her voice carrying that familiar note of judgment. Yes, Trinity, I am. I turned back to the paint swatches. Mom's really upset, you know. She cried at breakfast yesterday. Funny how my happiness makes her cry, but my pain never seemed to bother her. Trinity shifted uncomfortably. We just don't want you to get hurt. The adoption process is brutal. What if you don't get approved? What if the child has problems? What if I succeed? I cut her off. What if I prove all of you wrong? Is that what really scares you? That's not fair. Neither is trying to sabotage my dream because it doesn't fit your narrow view of family. Meredith stepped between us, holding up 2 paint samples. I think the sage green would be perfect, Lara. Calming, Gender neutral, great for any age. Trinity opened her mouth to say more, but I turned away, focusing on the colors. After a moment, I heard her heels clicking away. Thanks, I murmured to Meredith. Anytime. Now, about this sage green. That evening, as I sat in the empty spare room surrounded by shopping bags and paint samples, my phone lit up with a new email. My heart stopped when I saw the sender, the adoption agency. With trembling fingers, I opened it, reading the first line over and over. We're pleased to inform you that we have a potential match we'd like to discuss. I pressed the phone to my chest, tears streaming down my face. Somewhere out there was a child who might become mine, who might fill this room with laughter and life, and no amount of family drama could take away the joy of that possibility. Her name is Mia, Miss Peterson said, sliding a photograph across her desk. She's 6 years old. My hands trembled as I picked up the photo. A small girl with curly brown hair and bright eyes smiled back at me, missing her front tooth. Something in my chest tightened. She's been in foster care for 2 years, Miss Peterson continued. Her birth parents' rights were terminated last year. She's bright, creative, and according to her current foster mother, loves art and storytelling. She's beautiful, I whispered, unable to take my eyes off the photo. There are some challenges. Ms. Peterson's tone grew serious. Mia has trouble trusting adults due to her past experiences. She'll need patience, consistency, and possibly therapy. I understand. I finally looked up. When can I meet her? The next week flew by in a blur of preparation. Meredith helped me finish painting the bedroom, and we spent hours arranging furniture and hanging artwork. I was putting the final touches on a reading nook when my doorbell rang. Coming, I called, wiping paint from my hands. I opened the door to find Trinity standing there, looking uncomfortable. Before you close the door, she said quickly, I just wanted to tell you something important. I crossed my arms, waiting. Mom's been talking to her friends at the country club, Trinity said. She mentioned your situation. And Mrs. Harrison, you remember her, right? Her husband's on the board of several children's charities. She said single-parent adoptions often end in disaster. And Mom's worried you might not be able to handle it. She's considering calling the adoption agency to express her concerns. The world tilted for a moment. She wouldn't dare. She's just trying to protect you. Get out! My voice was barely a whisper. Laura, please! Get out! I shoved the door closed, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the lock. I called Meredith immediately, my voice breaking as I explained what happened. That witch! Meredith hissed. Listen, I have an idea. Remember my friend from yoga? She runs a support group for adoptive parents. Come with me tonight. The support group met in a cozy community center. 8 people sat in a circle, sharing stories and advice. A woman named Sarah was speaking when we arrived. My parents didn't support my decision either, she was saying, but now, 3 years later, they can't imagine life without their granddaughter. That's assuming they ever meet my child, I said, surprising myself by speaking up. My mother's threatening to sabotage my adoption. The group's facilitator, Rachel, leaned forward. Unfortunately, that's not uncommon, but agencies are used to dealing with unsupportive family members. They care about the potential parent's capabilities, not external opinions. Focus on what you can control, another member added. Document everything. Keep records of any threats or interference. The agency will want to know you can protect your child from toxic influences. I left the meeting feeling stronger, clutching a list of resources and phone numbers. That night, I wrote a formal letter to the adoption agency, documenting my family's behavior and my plans to maintain boundaries. The next morning, I met with Ms. Peterson again. We received your letter, she said. I appreciate your honesty about the situation. It actually demonstrates good judgment, recognizing toxic relationships and being willing to protect a child from them. Relief flooded through me. So this won't affect my chances? On the contrary. Now, about Mia, Would you like to schedule your first meeting? 3 days later, I sat in a bright playroom, my heart pounding as footsteps approached the door. It opened, and there she was, smaller in person than I'd imagined, holding tight to her social worker's hand. "Hi, Mia," I said softly. "I'm Lara. Would you like to draw with me? I brought some special markers." She studied me carefully before nodding, slowly making her way to the table where I'd set up art supplies. "I like purple," she whispered, reaching for a marker. "Me too," I smiled. "Should we draw flowers?" For the next hour, we drew together, her confidence growing with each picture. She told me about her favorite books, her stuffed elephant named Trunk, and how she wanted to learn to ride a bike. "Time to go, Mia," her social worker said eventually. Mia looked at me, then at her drawing. After a moment's hesitation, she pushed it across the table to me. "It's you and me," she explained, pointing to two stick figures holding hands under a purple sun. "Can I see you again?" I blinked back tears. I'd love that, sweetheart. That evening, I sat in Mia's future bedroom, holding her drawing and ignoring another call from my mother. The room was ready. I was ready. And somewhere in this city, a little girl with a missing front tooth had drawn us together under a purple sun. My phone buzzed with a text from Miss Peterson. "Mia asked when she can see you again. How's Thursday?" I smiled, typing back an immediate yes. No amount of family interference could dim the joy of this moment. Their threats had only made me more determined to create the loving, accepting home that Mia and I deserved. "And this is where you'd sleep," I said, leading Mia into her potential bedroom. It was our fourth visit, and the first time she'd been allowed to see my house. Her eyes widened at the sage green walls and the reading nook filled with stuffed animals. "Is that a unicorn?" She pointed to the sparkly plush toy sitting in the window seat. "It is. Would you like to meet her?" Mia nodded eagerly, running over to grab the unicorn. Her social worker, Miss Peterson, smiled from the doorway. "This is going very well," she whispered as Mia explored the room. "But there's something we need to discuss later." My stomach tightened, but I kept my smile in place as Mia showed me how the unicorn could fly. After Mia left with her social worker, Miss Peterson stayed behind. "We received a concerning phone call," she began, settling onto my couch. "A woman identifying herself as your mother expressed some strong opinions about your ability to parent." My hands clenched into fists. What did she say? "Nothing that changes our opinion of you," Miss Peterson assured me. "But she mentioned something about your sister having additional information. Trinity, is it? Let me guess. Trinity's been talking to her country club friends again? She suggested you have a history of unstable behavior and poor decision-making." I laughed bitterly. "You mean like starting my own successful business? Or buying a house at 35? Or spending 2 years preparing for adoption?" "Lara," Miss Peterson leaned forward, "we trust our evaluation process, but I need to know, is there anything else your family might try?" Before I could answer, my phone rang. Bradley's number flashed on the screen. "Speaking of family," I muttered, declining the call. "My brother's probably been recruited for their campaign now, too. Maybe you should talk to him," Miss Peterson suggested. "Clear the air." After she left, I stared at my phone for a long time before calling Bradley back. "Finally," he answered. "Look, we need to talk about Mom and Trinity. If you're calling to defend them, actually, I'm calling to warn you. They're planning something stupid. Trinity's been collecting evidence of your supposedly unstable lifestyle. Old social media posts, that time you quit your job, some dating history stuff." My blood ran cold. "What kind of dating history? Remember that guy you dated who turned out to be married? They're trying to spin it like you knew about his wife. That's ridiculous. I was the one who reported him." "I know that," Bradley sighed. "Look, I've been a jerk about this whole adoption thing, but what they're doing, it's not right. Trinity's jealous. Mom's controlling, and they're both terrified of looking bad at their precious country club. I sank onto the couch, my mind racing. Why are you telling me this? Because you're my sister, and because I saw Mia's picture on Mom's desk. She's a cute kid. She deserves better than to be a pawn in Mom's social games. Tears pricked at my eyes. Thanks, Bradley. Don't thank me yet. Just be prepared, okay? After hanging up, I called Meredith and the support group facilitator, Rachel. Within an hour, they were both at my house, helping me compile documentation of my family's interference. We need to get ahead of this, Rachel said, reviewing my files. Letters from clients proving your business success, character references, bank statements showing financial stability, and screenshots of their threats, Meredith added, pulling up Trinity's messages. Look at this one. Mom knows people who can make sure you never get approved. That's basically admission of attempted sabotage. My phone buzzed with a text from Ms. Peterson. Mia asked if she can bring Trunk to meet your unicorn next time. Looking at that message, then at the pile of evidence we were building, I felt something shift inside me. This wasn't just about proving my family wrong anymore. This was about Mia, about protecting her from the same toxic dynamics I'd grown up with. I need to make a call, I said suddenly, stepping into the kitchen. The phone rang twice before Miss Peterson answered. I need to tell you everything, I said, about my family, about growing up with their manipulation, about why I'm so determined to give Mia a different kind of life. And then I need to know. Can you help me make sure they can't interfere? Come to my office first thing tomorrow, she replied. Bring everything you have. We'll handle this together. That night, I sat in Mia's future room, holding the unicorn she played with. On my phone was a new message from Trinity. Mom's just trying to protect everyone. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. I blocked her number, then my mother's, then every flying monkey they might send my way. Looking around the room at the love and hope built into every detail, I knew I was done letting them write my story. Tomorrow, I would fight for Mia. And this time, I wouldn't be fighting alone. Congratulations, Lara, Miss Peterson beamed, handing me the final approval papers. You're officially Mia's mother. My hands trembled as I signed the documents. 2 months of intense scrutiny, background checks, and fighting off my family's interference had led to this moment. Mia sat beside me, swinging her legs and clutching Trunk, her beloved stuffed elephant. Can I call you Mommy now? She whispered. I pulled her close, breathing in the scent of her strawberry shampoo. You can call me whatever makes you comfortable, sweetheart. I want to call you Mommy, she said firmly, wrapping her small arms around my neck. Meredith was waiting outside with balloons and a welcome home banner. Mia's eyes lit up at the sight. Are those all for me? You bet they are, kiddo. Meredith handed her a purple balloon. And wait until you see what's at home. We drove back to find our neighbors had decorated the front yard with streamers and signs. Mia bounced in her car seat, pointing at everything. Look, Mommy, they made it pretty for us. Us. The word made my heart soar. Inside, Mia ran straight to her room, where Meredith had set up a small welcome party with cupcakes and presents. As she explored her new treasures, my phone buzzed with a text from Bradley. Mom found out about the finalization. She's on the warpath. Heads up. I showed the message to Meredith, who immediately went into protective mode. I'll call Rachel from the support group, she said. We need to plan that adoption party before they try anything else. Party? Mia perked up, frosting on her nose. An even bigger party, I explained, to celebrate you becoming my daughter. Would you like that? Can I invite my friends from school? Of course. And we can have games and cake and... The doorbell rang, cutting me off. Through the frosted glass, I recognized my mother's silhouette. Meredith, can you... On it, she said, taking Mia's hand. Hey, sweetie, want to see the special surprise in the backyard? Once they were out of earshot, I opened the door just enough to block the entrance. What do you want, Mom? Is that any way to greet your mother? She tried to peer past me, I heard the adoption was finalized without even telling your family. You lost the right to be involved when you tried to sabotage it. We were trying to protect you, and now you've gone and made this rash decision. Mommy? Mia's voice came from behind me. Can we have pizza for dinner? My mother's eyes widened at the sight of Mia, who had somehow slipped back inside. Oh, she breathed. She's beautiful. Yes, she is, I said coldly. And she's my daughter. My family. The family I chose, who chose me back. But we're your family too. You can't just... Mommy? Mia tugged at my sleeve, her voice small. Is she making you sad? I knelt down to her level. No, sweetheart. She can't make me sad anymore. Why don't you go help Aunt Meredith set up for pizza? After Mia skipped away, I turned back to my mother. You need to leave. Lara, please. The country club is having their annual family day next week. Everyone's asking about you, about the adoption. How will it look if what? If your single daughter successfully adopted a child despite your best efforts to stop her? If she's happy without your approval? If she throws an adoption party and doesn't invite her biological family? My mother's face paled. A party? But we should be there. We're her grandparents. No, I said firmly. You're strangers who tried to prevent her from having a mother. Now leave, before I call the police. I closed the door on her protests, my hands shaking, but my resolve stronger than ever. You okay? Meredith appeared beside me holding her phone. I've got Rachel on the line. She says we can have the party at the community center next Saturday. They've got a great space for kids. From the kitchen, I could hear Mia giggling as she looked through pizza toppings. Book it, I said, and make it big. I want bouncy castles, face painting, everything. Let's show everyone what real family looks like. Already on it, Meredith grinned. Rachel's bringing the whole support group. Your clients want to come too. They've been following this journey for months. Mommy, Mia called. Can we have pineapple on the pizza? Coming, sweetie, I called back, feeling lighter than I had in years. And yes, we can have any toppings you want. As I walked toward my daughter's voice, I deleted the angry voicemails already piling up on my phone. Let them rage. Let them scheme. They couldn't touch us anymore. We had a party to plan. Please, Lara, just hear me out. Trinity's voice crackled through my phone speaker. Mom's a mess. She can't sleep. She's crying all the time. We just want to be part of Mia's life. I continued hanging streamers across the community center's ceiling, keeping the phone pressed between my ear and shoulder. Like you wanted to be part of my life when you were collecting evidence against me? That was a mistake. We were wrong. Wrong about what exactly? About me being unstable? About single mothers being unfit? About adoption being a desperate last resort? All of it, Trinity's voice cracked. I saw the party invitation on Rachel's social media. Everyone's talking about it. The whole country club knows we're not invited. Ah, there it is. I stepped down from the ladder. This isn't about Mia at all. It's about your reputation. No, I mean, look, can't we just start over? Mom will apologize. She'll do it publicly at the party if you want. Meredith walked in carrying boxes of party favors, raising an eyebrow at my expression. Trinity's begging, I mouthed, rolling my eyes. The party's tomorrow, I said into the phone. And you're right. Everyone will be there. My clients, my friends, my support group, Mia's teachers, her friends from school, everyone who supported us when you were trying to tear us down. We're family. No, you're people who share my DNA. There's a difference. I watched Mia through the window as she played on the playground with her friends during the rehearsal. My real family is out there, helping my daughter test the bouncy castle to make sure it's perfect for tomorrow. I hung up before Trinity could respond, just as Mia came running in. Mommy, Jake says his mom is making 3 different kinds of cupcakes for tomorrow. Is she now? I scooped her up, marveling at how natural it felt after just 2 weeks. Well, what's your favorite kind? Chocolate. No, vanilla. No, wait. The door opened and Bradley walked in looking uncomfortable. "Uncle Bradley," Mia squealed, wriggling free from my arms. I froze. She'd met him briefly last week when he'd stopped by to drop off a housewarming gift. A peace offering, he'd called it. "Hey, Squirt," he said, ruffling her hair. "Those are some cool sneakers. They light up, wanna see?" "Maybe later, kiddo. I need to talk to your mom first." Meredith appeared as if summoned. "Hey, Mia, wanna help me sort the goodie bags?" Once Mia was occupied, Bradley turned to me. "They're planning to show up tomorrow. Mom, Dad, Trinity, the whole circus." "They wouldn't dare." "They would. Mom's convinced herself she's the victim here. She's been telling everyone you're keeping her grandchild from her, painting herself as this heartbroken grandmother. Of course she has." I rubbed my temples. "What about you? Are you their spy now?" "No," he said firmly. "I'm here because I was wrong, too. Seeing you with Mia, seeing how happy she is, I get it now. And what they're planning to do tomorrow isn't right." "What exactly are they planning?" "Mom's got this whole speech prepared about forgiveness and family unity. She's going to make a scene, try to force you to either accept her apology in public or look like the bad guy for refusing." I looked over at Mia, happily sorting candy with Meredith. She has no idea what she'd be walking into. Everyone here knows what they did. The support group, my clients, they all witnessed their attempts to sabotage the adoption. I tried to tell her that, but you know Mom. Once she has an idea, "Then I'll handle it," I said, pulling out my phone. "Rachel, remember that security team you mentioned? Book them and call the police non-emergency line. Let them know we might need support tomorrow." Bradley whistled low. "You're really not messing around." "No, I'm not. This is Mia's day. I won't let them ruin it." "Need another set of eyes tomorrow?" "I could help watch the doors." I studied my brother's face, seeing genuine regret there. "You'd stand against Mom?" "I'd stand with my sister and my niece." He pulled out his phone, showing me texts from our mother. "Look, I've been documenting their plans. If they try anything, you'll have proof it was premeditated." Mia's laughter echoed across the room as she discovered light-up bouncy balls in the goodie bags. "Okay," I said finally, "but one wrong move." "I know," he smiled sadly. "I've got a lot to make up for. Let me start tomorrow." As Bradley left, Mia ran back to me, face glowing with excitement about tomorrow's party. I hugged her close, breathing in her familiar scent. Let them come, I thought. Let them try to ruin this. They had no idea how fiercely I would protect our happiness now. The community center buzzed with laughter and music. Mia twirled in her purple party dress, face painted like a butterfly, showing off her light-up sneakers to her friends. The bouncy castle bobbed with jumping children, while parents chatted around decorated tables. "They're here," Bradley's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Mom, Dad, Trinity, and about 6 of their country club friends." I pressed the talk button. "Security's been notified?" "Already on it. They won't get past the front desk without an invitation." I watched Mia playing pin the tail on the unicorn with her friends, completely oblivious to the drama unfolding outside. Rachel appeared beside me, touching my arm. "Your mother's demanding to speak to the manager," she said. "Want me to handle it?" Before I could answer, Meredith rushed over. "They're causing a scene in the lobby. Your mother's crying about being denied access to her granddaughter." "I've got this," I said, straightening my shoulders. "Keep Mia occupied." In the lobby, my mother stood in her designer suit, mascara running down her cheeks as she waved papers in the security guard's face. "These are my rights as a grandmother," she was saying. "I have lawyers." "Mom," my voice cut through her theatrics. "Stop embarrassing yourself." She whirled around, Trinity and several well-dressed women flanking her. "Lara, how dare you hire security to keep us out? We're family." "No," I said calmly, loud enough for her audience to hear. "Family doesn't try to sabotage an adoption. Family doesn't collect false evidence to prove someone unfit. Family doesn't threaten to call child services over a single mother providing a loving home. One of her country club friends gasped, "That's not, we were trying to protect you." Trinity stepped forward. "By lying to the adoption agency?" Bradley emerged from his post by the door. "By spreading rumors about Lara's mental health?" "Bradley," Mom hissed, "you're supposed to be on our side." "I'm on the side of truth," he said, "and the truth is, you're here to save face, not to support Lara and Mia." "We have a right to be here," Trinity's voice rose. "Actually, you don't." Rachel appeared with a police officer. "This is a private event on private property. You weren't invited." "Officer," my mother turned on the waterworks. "My granddaughter isn't legally your granddaughter," I interrupted. "You made sure of that when you tried to prevent the adoption. I have documentation of every threat, every attempt at interference. Would you like to see it?" The officer stepped forward. "Ma'am, you need to leave willingly, or we'll have to escort you out." "This isn't over," Mom said, grabbing her designer purse. "You'll regret shutting us out." "No, Mom. The only thing I regret is letting you make me doubt myself for so long." As security led them out, one of the country club women lingered. "Lara," she said softly, "I had no idea. They told us such different stories." "Of course they did." I smiled sadly. "Feel free to stay for the party. See the truth for yourself." Inside, Mia ran up to me, covered in cake frosting. "Mommy, look what Jake's mom made." I knelt down, wiping frosting from her chin. "Is it good?" "The best. Can we open presents soon?" "In a few minutes, sweetheart." The party continued, filled with genuine joy and celebration. Mia opened presents surrounded by friends who cheered each gift. My clients shared stories of watching my journey to motherhood, and the support group members spoke about their own paths to creating families. During the cake cutting, Bradley pulled me aside. "They're gone," he said, "but Mom's already posting on social media about being cruelly excluded from her granddaughter's life." "Let her," I shrugged. "Everyone who matters knows the truth." "Mommy," Mia called, "come make a wish with me." I joined her at the cake, where she insisted on holding the knife together. "What should we wish for?" she asked. "We've already got everything we need, don't we?" She looked around at the party, at the faces of people who had supported us, believed in us, loved us. "Yeah," she grinned, "we do." Later, as the party wound down, Mia fell asleep in my arms, still clutching her new stuffed unicorn. Meredith helped clean up while Bradley gathered the presents. "You know," he said, watching me with Mia, "this is what family really looks like." I looked at my sleeping daughter, at my friends who had become family, at my brother, who had chosen truth over loyalty. "Yes," I said softly, kissing Mia's forehead. "This is exactly what family looks like." Outside, I could hear my mother's car finally pulling away from the parking lot. But for the first time, her departure didn't leave an ache. Instead, I felt only peace, holding my daughter in a room full of love that no amount of social status or manipulation could touch. And then the princess realized she didn't need the mean queen's approval anymore. I read from the storybook Mia and I had created together, because she had built her own kingdom filled with love. "Just like us!" Mia snuggled closer in her reading nook, clutching Trunk and her party unicorn. "Just like us," I agreed, closing the book. The doorbell rang, followed by Meredith's signature knock. "Special delivery!" Mia raced to the door, throwing it open to reveal Meredith holding a large envelope. "Is it from the court?" I asked, my heart racing. Meredith nodded, handing me the envelope. The restraining order decision came through. My hands trembled as I opened it. After the adoption party, my mother had escalated her campaign, showing up at Mia's school and trying to introduce herself as Grandma. The final straw was when she attempted to contact Mia's former foster family for dirt on our situation. "Well?" Meredith pressed. I scanned the document, relief flooding through me. Granted, full protection order for both of us. What's that mean, Mommy? I sat on the couch, pulling Mia onto my lap. It means the mean queen from our story has to stay far away from our kingdom. The doorbell rang again. This time it was Bradley, carrying a box. Found these while cleaning out Dad's garage, he said, setting it down. Thought you might want them. Inside were photo albums and childhood mementos, my art projects, school awards, writing contests I'd won, things I thought had been thrown away years ago. Dad kept them, Bradley explained, in his private filing cabinet. Mom never knew. Look, Mommy, baby you. Mia pointed at a photo of me at her age. Dad asked me to give you this, too. Bradley handed me an envelope. Inside was a letter and a check for a substantial amount. Dear Lara, I read aloud, I was wrong. I let your mother's fears control our family for too long. This money was meant for your wedding, but I think starting your family deserves it more. I'm proud of you. Love, Dad. He wanted to come today, Bradley said, but Mom's watching him like a hawk since the restraining order. Is Grandpa mean too? Mia asked, looking worried. No, sweetie. I hugged her close. He's just a little lost right now, but maybe someday. The doorbell chimed once more. This time it was Rachel with several members of the support group, carrying supplies for our weekly meeting. Hope you don't mind, Rachel grinned. Everyone wanted to see your new kingdom. Soon the house was filled with chatter and laughter. Children played in Mia's room, while parents shared stories and advice in the living room. Sarah, from my first support group meeting, was showing pictures of her daughter's recent dance recital. My parents finally came around, she told me. It took 2 years, but seeing how happy we were, they couldn't deny it anymore. I don't know if mine ever will, I admitted, but I'm okay with that now. Mommy, Mia called from her room, can we show everyone our special book? The group gathered around as Mia proudly displayed our homemade story. Each page showed our journey, from the day we met, to the adoption party, to building our new life together. And this is my favorite part. Mia pointed to the last page, where we'd drawn our kingdom, our house surrounded by friends, Bradley, Meredith, and all the people who'd supported us. Mine too, I said, watching her beam with pride. Later that evening, after everyone had gone home and Mia was getting ready for bed, my phone buzzed with a text from Trinity. Mom's telling everyone you've turned Mia against us. Says you're poisoning her mind with lies. I'm sorry I ever helped her hurt you. I deleted the message without responding. From Mia's room came the sound of her singing the goodnight song we'd created together. Ready for stories, Mommy? I walked into her room, now decorated with photos from the adoption party and artwork she'd created. On her bulletin board hung the purple sun drawing from our first meeting. Can we read our book again? She asked, patting the space beside her on the bed. Of course. I settled in next to her, feeling the rightness of this moment. Once upon a time, there was a princess who didn't need a prince. Or a mean queen, Mia added. Or a mean queen, I agreed, because she discovered that real magic comes from building your own kingdom. With love, Mia finished, throwing her arms around my neck. I love you, Mommy. I love you too, sweetheart. Outside, the world could say what it wanted. In here, in our kingdom built on choice and love rather than obligation and judgment, we had everything we needed. The greatest revenge wasn't in proving them wrong. It was in being happy anyway. Again? Mia asked hopefully, holding up our book. Again, I smiled, turning back to the first page. Once upon a time,
The invitation sat on my kitchen counter like a ticking bomb. The Ross family Christmas dinner, December 25th, 6 p.m. My sister Summer's perfect cursive mocked me from the cream-colored paper. Of course, it wasn't actually addressed to me. I'd swiped it from my niece Sienna's Instagram story, where she'd proudly displayed the family gathering details. I'm Alyssa, the black sheep of the Ross family, and I haven't been officially invited to a family dinner in 3 years. Not since I chose to pursue my career in digital marketing instead of settling down with the nice accountant my mother had picked out for me. "You're making a mistake," Mom had said, her lips pressed into that familiar thin line. "David would have given you stability, a family. Instead, you're chasing some pipe dream. That pipe dream now has me running one of the most successful marketing firms in the city, but somehow that's never quite good enough for the Ross family standards." My phone buzzed. Speaking of family. "Hey, Summer," I answered, keeping my voice neutral. "Alyssa, I'm just calling because Sienna mentioned she saw you at the coffee shop yesterday. You know, you really should tell us when you're in the neighborhood." I rolled my eyes. "I live 15 minutes away, Summer, the same place I've been for the past 5 years." "Well, yes, but—" She paused, and I could practically hear her searching for the right words. "Mom was just saying the other day how she misses you." "Really? Is that why she told Aunt Carol I was lost to corporate greed at Thanksgiving?" "You heard about that." Summer's voice went up an octave. "She didn't mean—" "Save it," I cut her off. "We both know exactly what she meant, just like we both know I'm not invited to Christmas dinner." The silence on the other end was deafening. "Alyssa, it's complicated. You know how Mom gets, and after what happened with David—" "Stop." I gripped the counter, knuckles white. "Don't you dare bring him up again. You know what? I've got a meeting. Give Sienna my love." I hung up before she could respond, my hands shaking. 3 years of this, of being the family cautionary tale, of watching my perfect sister's perfect life plastered all over social media, of being discussed in whispers at family gatherings I wasn't welcome to attend. My phone buzzed again, this time with a text from my friend, Olivia. "Lunch? You look like you need tacos." 20 minutes later, I was stress-eating guacamole while Olivia listened to my family drama. "So crash it," she said simply, stealing one of my chips. I nearly choked. "Crash Christmas dinner? Why not? Show up looking fabulous, bring an amazing date, and watch their jaws drop." Her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Make them regret ever excluding you." "That's insane," I said, but something stirred in my chest, a dangerous mix of hope and vindication. "Is it, though?" Olivia leaned forward. "You're successful, gorgeous, and you just landed the Harrison Blake account. Speaking of which—" My eyes widened as I caught her meaning. "No, no way." "Yes way. Harrison clearly adores you. Professionally speaking, of course. And he's exactly the kind of person your status-obsessed family would lose their minds over." She wasn't wrong. Harrison Blake, media mogul and one of the most influential people in the city, had specifically requested my firm for his latest venture. We'd developed a friendly rapport over the past few months, and he'd even joked about owing me a favor after I helped handle a potential PR crisis. "It would be inappropriate," I protested weakly. "It would be brilliant," Olivia countered. "Think about it. Your mother's been parading Summer and Jared's perfect marriage for years. Imagine her face when you walk in with Harrison Blake on your arm." The image was tempting, too tempting. I could already picture Mom's shocked expression, Summer's barely concealed envy, Dad's quiet reassessment of his wayward daughter. "You're being a bad influence," I told Olivia, but I was already pulling out my phone. "I'm being the best influence. Show them who you become, Alyssa. Make them see what they've been missing." I stared at Harrison's contact info on my screen, my finger hovering over the call button. 3 years of being the family disappointment, of having my choices questioned and my success diminished. Maybe it was time to change the narrative. "If I do this," I said slowly, "there's no going back. It'll either fix everything or burn every bridge I have left." Olivia reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "Sometimes bridges need to burn for something better to be built in their place." I took a deep breath and pressed call. As the phone rang, I felt a smile spread across my face, the kind of smile that promised chaos and consequences. It was time to show the Ross family exactly what their black sheep could do. You want me to be your date to a family Christmas dinner? Harrison's amused voice filled my office. He was lounging in one of my client chairs, looking annoyingly perfect in his tailored suit. More like my secret weapon, I admitted, pacing behind my desk. Look, I know it's asking a lot. I'm in. I stopped mid-stride. Just like that? He grinned, the same charming smile that had graced countless magazine covers. Alyssa, you turned my company's image around in 3 months. The least I can do is help you shake up your family's perception of you. It might get awkward, I warned. My family isn't exactly subtle with their disapproval. Even better, I love a good drama. He leaned forward, suddenly serious. Besides, it's about time someone showed them how remarkable you are. I felt my cheeks warm. Careful there, Mr. Blake. That almost sounded like a compliment. Statement of fact. Now, tell me what I'm walking into. Over the next hour, I briefed Harrison on the Ross family dynamics. He took notes on his phone, occasionally asking questions that made me realize just how absurd my family's behavior had been. Let me get this straight, he said finally. Your sister's husband lost half their savings in a bad investment, but they're still considered the successful ones? Welcome to the twisted logic of the Ross family. I slumped in my chair. Success isn't measured in dollars. It's measured in how well you fit their mold. Well, we're about to break that mold into pieces. Harrison's eyes gleamed with determination. What time should I pick you up on Christmas? Before I could answer, my office door burst open. Olivia rushed in, waving her phone. You need to see this. She thrust the screen in my face. It was Summer's latest Instagram post, a perfectly staged photo of her family decorating their Christmas tree. The caption read, "So blessed to have our whole family together this holiday season. Dear Ross family, share traditions. Perfect Christmas." The audacity, Olivia fumed. She knows you're not invited. I felt that familiar sting of exclusion, but this time it was overshadowed by determination. Actually, this is perfect. They won't see us coming. Harrison stood up, straightening his jacket. I'll have my driver pick you up at 5:30. Wear something that makes a statement. I have just the dress, Olivia chimed in. That red one we bought last month, the one that made that startup CEO walk into a wall. I laughed despite myself. You two are dangerous together. Speaking of dangerous, Harrison pulled out his phone. Let me make a few calls. If we're doing this, we're doing it right. Over the next week, my plan evolved from simple revenge to something more elaborate. Harrison insisted on handling certain details, the vintage wine we'd bring, the car we'd arrive in, even the photographer he'd have, coincidentally, catch us leaving his charity gala the night before. Trust me, he said during our strategy lunch. By Christmas morning, your family will have already seen us in every society page that matters. Isn't that a bit much? I asked, though I couldn't hide my smile. Not at all. The best revenge isn't just showing up. It's making them realize what they've been missing all along. As Christmas approached, my confidence grew. Every time I doubted myself, I'd get a text from Harrison or a pep talk from Olivia. Even my assistant got in on it, scheduling my appointment so I could get the full spa treatment the day before. The final piece fell into place 3 days before Christmas. I was working late when Harrison appeared in my doorway holding a small box. Early Christmas present, he said, placing it on my desk. Inside was a delicate diamond bracelet that probably cost more than my first car. Harrison, I can't. You can and you will. Consider it a loan for the evening? He winked. Besides, What's the point of having a media mogul as your date if you can't sparkle a little? I slipped the bracelet on, watching it catch the light. Why are you really doing this? He was quiet for a moment. Because 3 years ago, when everyone else passed on my rebranding proposal, you saw potential where they saw risk. You didn't care about my reputation or my connections. You cared about the work. He met my eyes. It's time your family learned to see you the same way. I swallowed hard, touching the bracelet. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. His smile turned mischievous. Wait until you see what else I have planned. As he left, I looked at my reflection in the window. The woman staring back wasn't the family disappointment anymore. She was powerful, successful, and about to turn the Ross family Christmas upside down. Let them underestimate me one last time, I thought. Christmas dinner was going to be unforgettable. Aunt Alyssa? Sienna's voice was barely a whisper over the phone. Are you really coming to Christmas dinner? I paused in the middle of painting my nails. How did you... I saw the photos. You and Harrison Blake at the charity gala. They're everywhere. Her excitement was contagious. Mom's been on the phone all morning with Grandma about it. I couldn't help but smile. What's your mom saying? She's freaking out, like total meltdown. She keeps saying you're trying to overshadow her holiday dinner on purpose. Sienna lowered her voice further. Grandma's already called 3 times to change the menu. She wants to serve that fancy wine Mr. Blake is known to like. I made a mental note to thank Harrison for his PR genius. And how do you feel about me crashing the party? Are you kidding? It's going to be the first interesting Christmas dinner we've had in forever. There was a rustling sound. Oh, wait, Mom's coming. Gotta go. The line went dead and I sat back, considering this new development. I'd expected chaos, but the pre-dinner panic was an unexpected bonus. My doorbell rang and I opened it to find Olivia holding 2 garment bags and a makeup case. Emergency pre-Christmas glam session. The dinner's not until tomorrow, I pointed out. Exactly. We need a trial run. She breezed past me, laying everything out on my couch. Besides, have you seen what's trending locally? You and Harrison are the talk of the town. She pulled up several social media posts on her phone. Sure enough, the photos from the gala were everywhere. Harrison and me laughing over champagne, dancing at the charity auction, his hand resting casually on my lower back as we left. The timing is perfect, Olivia declared. Now try this on. The red dress was even more stunning than I remembered. It hugged every curve without being inappropriate, the color bold enough to stand out but classic enough for a family dinner. Your mother's going to have a heart attack, Olivia said approvingly, in the best way possible. My phone buzzed with a text from Harrison. Your sister just tried to connect with me on LinkedIn. Should I accept? I laughed out loud. Desperate much, Summer? Oh, this is getting good. Olivia peered at my phone. What's your mom doing to prepare for the great Harrison Blake's arrival? According to Sienna, she's upgrading everything. New wine, fancy menu. I stopped as another memory hit me, just like she did when David came for dinner the first time. The room went quiet. David, the perfect match my mother had chosen, the man whose proposal I turned down 3 years ago, leading to my exile from family events. Hey, Olivia squeezed my hand. You made the right choice. Look at you now. I know. It's just... I sank onto the couch. That night changed everything. The memory played out like a bad movie. David on one knee in front of my entire family, my mother's triumphant smile, Summer's eager camera ready to capture the moment, and me stepping back instead of forward, saying I can't instead of yes. You were suffocating, Olivia reminded me. David wanted you to quit your job, move to the suburbs, start having babies right away. And now I'm running my own company, making more money than he ever did, and about to show up at Christmas dinner with Harrison Blake. I stood up, straightening my shoulders. You're right. No more doubts. My phone rang again. Harrison, change of plans for tomorrow. How do you feel about making an entrance? What did you do? I may have arranged for my helicopter to land at the country club next to your parents' house. Around 5:45, I nearly dropped the phone. A helicopter? That's exactly what we need, Olivia cut in, grabbing the phone. Harrison, you're a genius. She'll be ready. After she hung up, I stared at her. This is getting out of hand. No, this is getting exactly where it needs to be. She started pulling out makeup brushes. Your family pushed you away because you didn't fit their narrow view of success. Tomorrow, you're going to show them what real success looks like. As she worked on my makeup, I got another text from Sienna. Grandma just ordered a new tablecloth and Mom's making Dad clean the driveway for the third time. Whatever you're planning, it's already working. I smiled at my reflection in the mirror. The woman looking back wasn't just successful, she was powerful, confident, and ready for war. Tomorrow, the Ross family would learn that their black sheep had become a force to be reckoned with. One more thing, Olivia said, holding up a pair of killer heels. These will put you exactly 2 inches taller than Summer. I slipped them on, feeling invincible. Perfect. The sound of helicopter blades cutting through the air was almost as satisfying as watching my family scramble out onto their pristine driveway. Harrison's timing was impeccable. We circled once, giving everyone a perfect view of our arrival. Ready? Harrison squeezed my hand as the helicopter descended. I nodded, heart pounding. Through the window, I could see Summer frantically smoothing her dress, while Mom clutched Dad's arm, her mouth hanging open. Several neighbors had emerged from their houses, phones raised to capture the moment. The helicopter touched down on the country club's landing pad, and Harrison helped me out, his hand steady on my lower back. The red dress caught the wind dramatically, and I silently thanked Olivia for insisting on the extra hairspray. Your sister looks like she's about to faint, Harrison whispered as we walked toward the house. He was right. Summer's perfect composure had cracked, revealing the panicked younger sister I remembered from childhood. Alyssa! Mom's voice carried across the driveway, artificially bright. What a surprise! Merry Christmas, Mom. I kissed her cheek, leaving a perfect red lipstick mark. I hope you don't mind us dropping in. Harrison stepped forward, turning on the charm that had made him famous. Mrs. Ross, thank you for having us. I've heard so much about your legendary Christmas dinners. Mom practically melted. Oh, Mr. Blake, we're honored. Please come in. As we entered the house, I caught Sienna's eye. She was trying desperately not to laugh, her phone discreetly recording everything. Behind her, her father Jared looked like he'd swallowed something sour. Alyssa? Summer's voice was strained as she air-kissed my cheek. You should have told us you were coming. We might not have enough. Oh, we brought plenty to share, Harrison interrupted smoothly, gesturing to his driver who was carrying in several bags. Some vintage wine, champagne, and a few other surprises. Dad finally found his voice. That's very generous, Mr. Blake. Please call me Harrison, and it's the least I could do. Alyssa's been instrumental in my company's success this year. The look Mom and Summer exchanged was priceless, a mixture of disbelief and dawning realization that maybe they'd underestimated me. Dinner's almost ready, Mom announced, clearly trying to regain control of the situation. Summer, help me in the kitchen. As they disappeared, Harrison turned to Dad. Mr. Ross, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the market's recent shifts. Alyssa mentioned you have quite the insight into investment trends. Dad straightened up, clearly flattered. As they moved to the living room, Sienna sidled up to me. That entrance was epic, she whispered. I've already got 10,000 views on TikTok. Sienna, Jared's sharp voice cut through our conversation. Help your mother and grandmother. I watched my niece shuffle away, noting how her shoulders slumped under her father's stern gaze. It reminded me too much of how I used to feel in this house. Everything okay? Harrison had reappeared at my side, offering me a glass of champagne. Perfect, I smiled, taking a sip, though I think Jared might be plotting your murder. Let him try. I've handled worse at board meetings. Harrison's eyes twinkled. Besides, your father just invited me to his golf club. From the kitchen came the sound of furious whispered argument, followed by the clash of pots and pans. Summer emerged, her perfect makeup slightly smudged around the eyes. Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes, she announced tightly. Alyssa, could you help me set the table? In the dining room, Summer rounded on me. What are you playing at? Playing? I'm just joining my family for Christmas dinner. I placed a crystal glass with exaggerated care. Isn't that what you all wanted? For me to settle down with someone successful? With Harrison Blake? Please. She slammed down a plate. We all know this is just for show. He's probably paying you to... Careful, Summer. My voice was ice. You might want to check your facts before making accusations. Unlike some people's marriages, my relationships aren't based on financial arrangements. Her face went white. We both knew I was referring to her hasty wedding to Jared after his company's IPO. Everything all right in here? Harrison appeared in the doorway, his presence immediately diffusing the tension. Just perfect, I said, not breaking eye contact with Summer. We were just discussing family traditions. The doorbell rang, saving Summer from responding. Mom's voice carried from the hallway. Oh, the photographers. What a surprise. I bit back a smile, right on schedule. Harrison's PR team was nothing if not thorough. Summer's hand shook as she arranged the last place setting. You planned all of this? No, dear sister. I adjusted the diamond bracelet on my wrist. You all planned this years ago when you decided I wasn't good enough. I'm just following through. So, Harrison, Mom chirped from across the dinner table, how did you and Alyssa meet? Harrison smiled, his hand casually resting near mine. Actually, it's quite a story. I had interviewed 5 top marketing firms for my company's rebranding. All of them told me what I wanted to hear, except Alyssa. Oh? Summer's fork paused halfway to her mouth. She told me my entire approach was wrong, said my current strategy was... What was the phrase? He turned to me, eyes twinkling. Outdated and painfully out of touch, I supplied, taking a sip of wine. That's right. She turned down a multi-million-dollar contract because she didn't believe in the direction I wanted to take. Mom nearly choked on her wine. You did what? And she was absolutely right, Harrison continued. The strategy she proposed instead doubled our market value in 3 months. Dad leaned forward, suddenly interested. That's impressive, Alyssa. Why didn't you tell us? I did, I said quietly. At Easter 2 years ago, right before you all left to celebrate Summer's new pool house. An uncomfortable silence fell over the table. Jared cleared his throat. Speaking of business ventures, Harrison, I've been working on an investment opportunity that might interest you. Not now, dear, Summer cut him off sharply. The tension between them was palpable. Actually, Sienna piped up, and Alyssa was just featured in Business Weekly. I did my school report on her company's growth strategy. You did? I turned to my niece, genuinely surprised. Yeah, we had to pick a successful business leader to profile. My teacher said it was the best presentation in class. Sienna beamed. That's enough, Sienna, Summer snapped. We're not here to discuss business. Why not? Harrison challenged. Alyssa's achievements are remarkable. Did you know she was named one of the top 30 under 35 entrepreneurs last month? Mom's silverware clattered against her plate. Well, that's nice. But surely you must be thinking about settling down soon, Alyssa. Your biological clock is none of your concern, I interrupted. Just like my career choices weren't your concern when you tried to pressure me into quitting to marry David. David was a good man, Mom protested. He could have given you stability. David, I said evenly, wanted me to be a trophy wife. When I refused to quit my job, he told me no husband would want a wife more successful than him. Harrison's hand found mine under the table, squeezing gently. Well, Summer interjected, not everyone can have a whirlwind romance with a media mogul. Some of us prefer traditional relationships. Traditional? I laughed. Is that what we're calling your rushed wedding after Jared's IPO? The color drained from Summer's face. Jared's jaw clenched. Alyssa, Dad warned, but I was done holding back. No, let's talk about traditions. Like the tradition of ignoring my accomplishments because they don't fit your narrow view of success, or the tradition of excluding me from family events because I chose my career over your approved life plan. That's not fair, Mom protested. We only wanted what was best for you. Best for me? I stood up, my chair scraping back. Was it best for me when you told all our relatives I was having a breakdown because I refused David's proposal? Or when you excluded me from Dad's birthday because my lifestyle choices might upset Aunt Martha? I think, Harrison said smoothly, standing beside me, what Alyssa is trying to say is that success comes in many forms. And from where I'm standing, she's achieved something remarkable, not despite choosing her own path, but because of it. Sienna was nodding enthusiastically. That's what I wrote in my report, how Aunt Alyssa revolutionized digital marketing by challenging traditional approaches. Enough. Summer slammed her hand on the table. This dinner was perfect until you showed up to ruin it, just like you ruin everything. The room fell silent. Even Mom looked shocked at Summer's outburst. Perfect? I picked up my wine glass, swirling the red liquid slowly. Like, your perfect marriage? Should we discuss the real reason Jared's been sleeping in the pool house for the past month? Summer's face went from red to white. Jared suddenly became very interested in his plate. How did you? Summer whispered. I'm in marketing, dear sister. Information is my business. I took a deliberate sip. Just like I know about the money Jared lost in that tech startup, the one he invested in against your wishes. Alyssa, Harrison murmured, a gentle warning in his voice. I caught my reflection in the window, poised, powerful, in control. This wasn't just revenge anymore. This was years of suppressed truth finally breaking free. No, I said clearly. I think it's time we all stop pretending. Don't you? The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the soft click of Sienna's phone camera, still documenting every moment of this unraveling Christmas dinner. How dare you? Summer's voice shook. How dare you come into my home and— Your home? Jared cut in. The home you mortgaged without telling me to cover my investment losses? Mom's fork clattered to her plate. Summer, what is he talking about? Nothing. Summer stood up so quickly her wine glass toppled, spreading red across the pristine white tablecloth. This is all Alyssa's fault. She's trying to destroy everything, just like always. I'm not destroying anything, I said calmly. I'm just holding up a mirror. A mirror? Summer laughed hysterically. You show up in a helicopter with Harrison Blake, wearing diamonds that probably cost more than my car, and you talk about mirrors? At least she earned it herself, Sienna muttered. Go to your room, Summer snapped at her daughter. No. Sienna stood her ground, surprising everyone. I'm tired of pretending. We're all tired of pretending. Harrison cleared his throat. Perhaps we should. You stay out of this, Jared pointed at him. You think we don't know what this is? Some publicity stunt with my sister-in-law? Careful, Harrison's voice turned cold. That's not a road you want to go down, considering your own publicity issues. What publicity issues? Dad asked sharply. I watched Jared's face pale. He's referring to the SEC investigation that's about to be announced. Isn't that right, Jared? The room erupted. Mom was demanding explanations. Summer was crying, and Jared looked ready to leap across the table at me. Enough! Dad's voice boomed, silencing everyone. In 32 years, I'd never heard him shout. Everybody sit down, now. We all sank back into our chairs, even Harrison looking somewhat chastened. Alyssa, Dad turned to me, you came here to prove a point. Consider it proved. Summer, your sister's success isn't an attack on you. And Jared, Dad's eyes narrowed. We'll discuss the SEC matter privately. Ellis, Mom tried to interject, but Dad held up his hand. No, Monica, we've done enough damage. He looked around the table. For years, we've pretended to be the perfect family. We pushed Alyssa away because she showed us what we didn't want to see, that our perfect image was just that, an image. Dad, Summer whispered, mascara streaking her cheeks. Let me finish. He turned back to me. I'm sorry, Alyssa. I'm sorry I didn't stand up for you when you turned down David. I'm sorry I let your mother's dreams overshadow your own. And I'm sorry it took you arriving in a helicopter with a media mogul for me to say this. The silence that followed was heavy with years of unspoken truths. Well, Harrison said finally, I think this calls for that special bottle I brought. He nodded to his driver who'd been quietly standing by with an ornate wooden box. Is that? Mom's eyes widened as Harrison opened the box. A 1982 Bordeaux? I thought we could use something exceptional tonight. He started pouring. To new beginnings? To truth, I corrected, raising my glass. To family, Dad added. The real kind, not the pretend version. Summer dabbed at her eyes. Alyssa, I've been jealous of your freedom, your success, everything you've built. You could build something too, I said softly. It's not too late. Actually, Sienna piped up, Mom's been taking online business classes. I saw the certificates on her laptop. Summer shot her daughter a look that was half embarrassment, half pride. Really? I leaned forward. What kind of business? Event planning, she admitted. I've always been good at organizing things, and with Jared's situation, I thought I should have a backup plan. Summer, Mom started, but Dad cut her off. That's wonderful, sweetheart. Both my daughters, businesswomen. Harrison raised his glass again. To the Ross women, breaking molds and taking names. Speaking of taking names, Jared stood up abruptly. I should go. My lawyer's waiting for a call. No one tried to stop him as he left. Summer watched him go, then turned to me. How long have you known about the investigation? Long enough to make sure your name wasn't connected to any of his dealings, I said. I had my legal team look into it when we heard rumors. Fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. You protected me, even after everything? You're still my sister. I reached across the table and squeezed her hand, even when you're being a perfect pain in the ass. For the first time that evening, genuine laughter echoed through the dining room as Harrison poured more wine and Sienna showed Dad how many views her videos had gotten. I caught Mom watching me with a strange expression. What? I asked. She shook her head slowly. I just never realized. You didn't need saving, did you? You were the one doing the saving all along. After dinner, we migrated to the living room, the atmosphere shifting from explosive to something more tentatively peaceful. Harrison was charming Mom with stories about his latest charity projects, while Dad and Summer huddled over her laptop, looking at business course options. Aunt Alyssa? Sienna appeared at my elbow. Can we talk? Outside? The December air was crisp as we settled on the porch swing. Sienna pulled her knees up to her chest, looking younger than her 15 years. So, she said, those videos I posted, they've gone viral, like really viral. I checked my phone and whistled at the view count. That's impressive. Yeah, and I've gotten all these messages from girls saying how inspiring it is to see someone stand up to family pressure. She twisted a strand of hair nervously, which made me think about what I want to tell you. I'm listening. Mom and Dad, they have this whole plan for me. Pre-law at their alma mater, then law school, then joining Dad's firm. She took a deep breath, but I want to study digital media and marketing, like you. The porch door creaked open before I could respond. Summer stood there wrapped in a cashmere shawl. You want to study marketing? Her voice was quiet. Sienna jumped. Mom, I was going to tell you. How long have you been thinking about this? Since I did that project on Aunt Alyssa's company? Sienna's voice grew stronger. I'm really good at it, Mom. My TikTok analytics are better than most professionals. Summer sat down on Sienna's other side. I know. I've seen your numbers. You have? I might have been studying them for my business plan. Summer looked at me. I thought maybe if I started an event planning company, having a strong social media presence would be important. It would be crucial, I confirmed. You need someone who really understands digital marketing. Someone young, maybe, with fresh perspectives? Summer nudged Sienna gently. Sienna's eyes lit up. Really? You'd let me help? Let you? Summer laughed. Honey, I'd hire you, assuming your aunt doesn't steal you away first. The porch door opened again, this time revealing Harrison and Mom. Sorry to interrupt, Harrison said, but I couldn't help overhearing. Summer, if you're serious about starting your own business, I might know some people who could help. Oh, we couldn't impose, Summer started. It's not an imposition, it's networking. He winked at me. That's how business really works, right, Alyssa? Right, I agreed. And speaking of networking, I turned to Sienna. How would you like to intern at my firm next summer? Get some real experience? Are you serious? Sienna squealed. On one condition, I held up a finger. You have to keep your grades up and you have to be honest with your parents about what you want. I think, Mom said suddenly, that sounds wonderful. She sat down next to Summer. I've been doing some thinking about how much energy I've spent trying to make everyone fit into the same box. Mom? Summer reached for her hand. No, let me finish. Looking at you girls tonight. Alyssa with her company, Summer planning her business, Sienna with her digital skills. I was wrong. Success doesn't look just one way. Harrison cleared his throat. I should give you ladies some privacy. Stay, I said, surprising myself. You're part of this story now. He smiled, leaning against the porch railing. Speaking of stories, Sienna, those videos you posted, my PR team is impressed. They're asking if you'd be interested in consulting on our youth engagement strategy. Sienna's jaw dropped. Summer laughed. See? My daughter, the marketing prodigy. Must run in the family, Harrison said, his eyes meeting mine. The moment was interrupted by Dad joining us carrying a tray of hot chocolate. Thought we could use something sweet. It's been quite a night. It's been quite a lesson, Mom corrected, about family and success, and she looked at me apologetically, letting go of control. I accepted a mug of hot chocolate, the warmth spreading through my hands. You know what's funny? I came here tonight wanting revenge, wanting to show you all what you missed out on. And instead, Harrison prompted, instead I found out what I'd been missing too, The chance to be honest, to stop proving myself and just be. Sienna pulled out her phone one last time. One more video for the family archive. We huddled together, steam rising from our mugs, Christmas lights twinkling above us. As Sienna counted down, I looked at these faces I'd spent so long trying to impress or defy, Mom finally seeing me clearly, Summer ready to forge her own path, Sienna brave enough to speak her truth. Say, Merry Christmas, Sienna directed, and there on the porch where I'd once felt so excluded, we laughed and smiled for the camera, a family redefined by truth, acceptance, and the courage to change. As midnight approached, Harrison's driver pulled up to take us home. The family gathered in the driveway, so different from the tense greeting hours earlier. You could stay, Mom offered. Your old room is still... Next time, I promised, surprising myself by meaning it. But first, I think we all need to process tonight. Summer stepped forward, hugging me tightly. Thank you, she whispered, for protecting me from Jared's mess, for seeing the truth before I could. That's what big sisters do, I said, even when they're the family disappointment. Never again, Dad said firmly. No more labels, no more expectations, just family. Sienna bounced over, phone in hand. The final video hit 1 million views, and Harrison's PR team already emailed me about that consulting gig. Speaking of which, Harrison pulled an envelope from his jacket. Sienna, this is a formal offer for a paid internship next summer, joint program between Alyssa's firm and mine. Mom started to speak, then visibly stopped herself. Instead, she smiled. That's wonderful, sweetheart. We'll review the details together. And this, Harrison produced another envelope, is for you, Summer. Some contacts to help with your event planning venture, including 3 potential clients who'd be interested in working with you. Summer's hand shook as she took the envelope. I don't know what to say. Say you'll stop trying to be perfect, I suggested. It's exhausting, trust me. Trust you? She laughed wetly. I do, finally. Dad cleared his throat. Harrison, about that golf club membership, already arranged, Harrison smiled. Though I should warn you, I'm terrible at golf. Good, Dad grinned. So am I. We can be terrible together. As everyone said their goodbyes, Mom pulled me aside. Alyssa, wait. She pressed something into my hand, a small, worn photo album. Inside was a collection of newspaper clippings and magazine articles about my career, my company's successes, every achievement I thought they'd ignored. I kept them all, Mom said softly. Even when I was too proud to admit I was wrong, I was watching. I was proud. Mom, let me finish. Tonight, watching you with Harrison, with Summer and Sienna, I realized something. You didn't need a man to complete you. You needed us to complete you, and we failed. We all failed each other, I said, but we're fixing it now. Harrison appeared at my side. Ready to go? Almost. I turned back to Mom. Christmas dinner next week, I'll host this time. You cook now, too? Summer teased. God, no, I hire amazing caterers. Another perk of being a successful businesswoman. Everyone laughed, and the sound was healing, real. In the car, Harrison loosened his tie. Mission accomplished? Not exactly as planned, I admitted. I thought revenge would feel different. Better or worse? Better, much better. I looked at the photo album in my lap, though I have to ask, was any of this real for you, or just an elaborate favor? Harrison was quiet for a moment. You know what I realized tonight, watching you with your family? That you're exactly what I've been looking for in a business partner. Partner? I'm expanding the media division, looking for someone who understands both traditional and digital spaces, someone who isn't afraid to tell me when I'm wrong. I raised an eyebrow. Are you offering me a job or a relationship? Neither, both. Whatever you want it to be. He smiled. No expectations, no labels, just possibilities. My phone buzzed. A group text from Summer. Family brunch tomorrow. Mom's making her famous waffles. Harrison's invited too, obviously. Another text followed from Sienna. Bring your marketing brain. Mom and I need help with our business plan. Also, that video of Harrison telling off Dad's snobby golf friends is trending. And finally, from Mom, thank you for coming home, for helping us see what really matters. Love you, sweetheart. I showed the messages to Harrison. Still want to get involved with this chaos? Absolutely. He took my hand. Though next time, maybe we skip the helicopter. Deal. I squeezed his hand, feeling the last pieces of my old anger and hurt dissolve. You know what's funny? I came to this dinner planning to show them how much I didn't need their approval. And instead, I found out we all needed each other, just not in the way we thought. The car turned onto my street as fresh snow began to fall. In my pocket, the diamond bracelet Harrison had loaned me felt warm against my wrist, but it wasn't the diamonds that made me feel valuable anymore. It was the truth we'd uncovered, the bridges we'd rebuilt, and the future we'd started to create, together, imperfect, real. Merry Christmas, Alyssa, Harrison said softly. Merry Christmas, I replied finally, truly meaning it.
The notification on my cousin's phone caught my eye from across the room. Historic win, law firm secures $50 million settlement in consumer protection case. My heart skipped as I watched her scroll past it without a second glance. If only they knew. I'm Danielle, and I've spent my entire life being the family's afterthought. Even now, standing in my parents' lavishly decorated living room during our annual family reunion, I can hear my father's booming voice drowning out all others as he brags about my brother. Elias just closed another major deal. Dad's chest puffed with pride. That's my boy, always reaching higher, following in my footsteps, just like I knew he would. I took a long sip of wine, letting the bitter liquid match my mood. The crystal glass caught the afternoon light, creating tiny rainbows on the hardwood floor, more attention than I usually got at these gatherings. Danielle, honey, Laura, my brother's wife, sidled up to me with her perfectly practiced smile. Still doing that little lawyer thing? Still doing that little lawyer thing, I echoed, forcing a smile. My fingers tightened around the stem of my wine glass. Oh, that's nice, she said, her tone suggesting it was anything but. You know, Elias's company just had its best quarter ever. He's thinking of expanding internationally. Before I could respond, my father's voice cut through again. Everyone, gather round. Elias has an announcement. The family dutifully circled around my brother like moths to a flame. I hung back, watching my mother Sophia's eyes find mine from across the room. She gave me a small, apologetic smile before turning her attention to her golden child. We've just secured a partnership that will revolutionize our market position, Elias announced, his arm around Laura's waist. The timing couldn't be better, really. Some recent industry changes have actually worked in our favor. I had to bite my lip to keep from laughing. Those industry changes were directly related to my lawsuit, but of course, he had no idea. That's my son, Dad clapped Elias on the back. Always making the right moves. You know, when he was just 10 years old? I slipped away to the kitchen, needing a moment to breathe. Lisa, my best friend and fellow lawyer who I'd dragged along for moral support, followed me. You okay? She whispered, leaning against the granite countertop. Just peachy, I muttered, refilling my glass. Love watching my brother take credit for my work without even knowing it. You could tell them, you know, right now. Watch their faces when they realize, not yet, I cut her off. The timing needs to be perfect. The kitchen door swung open, and my mother entered, looking tired. Danielle, sweetheart, your father's asking where you went. He wants everyone together for photos. Of course he does, I said, straightening my blazer. Heaven forbid we miss documenting another moment of Elias's triumph. Danny, Mom started, but I was already moving past her. Back in the living room, Alvin, Laura's brother, and Elias's business partner was checking his phone. His eyes widened slightly, and he looked up, catching my gaze. For a moment, I wondered if he'd seen the news too. "Everyone squeeze in," Dad called out, gesturing with his hands. "Elias and Laura in the center, of course. Danielle, you can stand on the end there." As the family arranged themselves, I took my assigned spot on the periphery. The photographer, yes, my father had hired a professional photographer for this impromptu family gathering, adjusted his camera. "Maybe we should get one of just Elias's immediate family," Dad suggested, and something in me snapped. "Actually," I said, my voice carrying across the room, "I think I'll skip the photos. I have some work to review for tomorrow." "Oh, come now," Dad frowned. "Surely your little cases can wait." I saw Lisa tense from her spot near the window, knowing exactly which little case I'd just won. $50 million worth of little. "You're right, Dad," I said sweetly, taking my place back at the edge of the group. "Some things are more important than work." The camera clicked, capturing our smiles, some genuine, some forced. As we dispersed, I caught another glimpse of my cousin's phone, still open to the news article about my victory. Soon enough, they'd all know. But for now, I'd let them have their moment in the sun. After all, the best revenge is served cold, and mine was just about perfectly chilled. "Look what Elias made in art class today." Mom's voice echoed from 20 years ago as I stood in my old bedroom, now converted into Dad's memorabilia room. The walls were plastered with Elias's achievements, academic awards, business magazine features, and that damned macaroni art piece that somehow still held a place of honor. I'd escaped upstairs during the reunion, needing a break from the constant reminder of my second-place status. Lisa followed, as always my faithful shadow. "Is that you?" she asked, pointing to a dusty family photo tucked in the corner. I was 12, wearing braces and a forced smile, while Elias stood front and center with his debate team trophy. "Yeah," I said, picking up the frame. "This was right after I won first place in the state science fair. Dad didn't come. He was at Elias's debate competition." "Your volcano must have been impressive," Lisa smiled. "It wasn't a volcano. I developed a preliminary model for water purification in developing countries." I set the photo down harder than necessary. Not that anyone noticed. A creak in the floorboards announced my mother's arrival. "I thought I might find you up here," she said softly. "Your father's showing everyone Elias's old Harvard acceptance letter again." "Of course he is," I muttered. "Did he bring out my Columbia Law acceptance? Oh, wait, that one's probably in the trash where he put it." "Danielle," Mom sighed. "You know he's proud of you too, in his way." "Really? When was the last time he mentioned my achievements to anyone? When was the last time he even asked about my cases?" Before Mom could answer, voices drifted up from below. "Harrison, tell them about how Elias secured that merger in his first year." Laura's voice carried through the floor. "Now that's a story." Dad's booming response followed. "My boy showed them all how it's done. Natural business sense, just like his old man. Not like—" He caught himself, but we all knew what he was going to say. "Not like Danielle." "I should go check on the appetizers," Mom said quietly, retreating from the uncomfortable moment. Lisa touched my arm. "You okay?" "You know what's funny?" I said, moving to the window. "When I was 14, I told Dad I wanted to be a lawyer. He laughed and said I should consider something more suitable, like teaching or nursing." "What changed his mind?" "He didn't. I changed my own mind about needing his approval." The door opened again, this time revealing Elias. "Hey, sis, hiding up here?" "Just reminiscing." I gestured to the shrine that was once my room. "Remember when we used to play office up here?" he asked, picking up one of his old trophies. "You always wanted to be the boss." "Yeah, and you always told me girls couldn't be bosses." "Kids say stupid things," he shrugged. "But look at us now. both successful in our own ways. Our own ways, I repeated, some more celebrated than others. Come on, Danny, don't be like that. You know Dad's just Dad. A commotion downstairs interrupted us. Alvin's voice carried up, excited. Harrison, you won't believe these quarterly projections. The regulatory changes from that class action suit have opened up entirely new markets for us. My stomach tightened. Lisa shot me a knowing look. That's my boy, Dad's voice boomed again, always positioning himself to take advantage of opportunities. Elias beamed. Duty calls. Coming down? In a minute. After he left, Lisa turned to me. How long are you going to let them take credit for your work? Until the moment is right, I said, straightening my shoulders. Let them enjoy their celebration. Soon they'll know exactly who made those regulatory changes happen. We headed downstairs, where Alvin was showing Dad some figures on his tablet. These numbers are incredible, Ba, Dad gushed. Elias, my son, you've outdone yourself. Actually, Laura chimed in, my sources say it was some hotshot lawyer who pushed through those changes, someone from Morris and Stanley. She looked right at me. Isn't that your firm, Danielle? Is it? I smiled innocently. I hadn't noticed. The room felt suddenly warmer as Alvin's eyes narrowed slightly. He was starting to put the pieces together, but wasn't quite there yet. Well, Dad waved his hand dismissively. Whoever it was, they helped my boy's company flourish. That's what matters. I caught Lisa stifling a laugh behind her wine glass. The irony was almost too perfect. To success! Dad raised his glass, looking proudly at Elias. To success, I echoed, thinking of the case files sitting in my office, my signature on the final settlement that had changed everything. However it comes. 3 years of my life, I whispered to Lisa as we stood on the back patio, away from the family chaos. 3 years of sleepless nights, missed holidays, and endless depositions. And they're in there celebrating like Elias orchestrated the whole thing. The memory of that final day in court was still fresh. The judge's gavel coming down, the victorious nods from my colleagues, the tears in our clients' eyes. I'd fought tooth and nail against one of the biggest corporations in the country and won. Remember when you first got the case? Lisa asked, pulling me from my thoughts. You were terrified. Objection, counselor, I smirked. I was appropriately cautious. You were hiding under your desk when I found you. It was a strategic retreat. The sliding door opened, and Sophia, my journalist friend, stepped out. There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. Hiding from my family's overwhelming pride in my achievements, I deadpanned. About that? Sophia lowered her voice, glancing over her shoulder. I've been doing some digging into the ripple effects of your lawsuit. You're not going to believe what I found. Before she could continue, Laura's voice cut through the air. Danielle, your father's asking for you. Something about wanting to hear about your, what did he call it? Your little court thing? I shared a knowing look with Lisa. My little court thing. Right. Back inside, Dad was holding court in the living room, Elias at his right hand as usual. Ah, there she is. Tell us about your latest case, sweetheart. Something about consumer protection? Actually, I started, but Elias interrupted. Dad, you should see these numbers Alvin just showed me. The market shift from those new regulations has been incredible for us. The regulations that came from I tried again. Your brother's always had perfect timing, Dad beamed. Remember when he sold his first company right before the market crashed? I caught Mom's eye across the room. She gave me that same apologetic look she'd been giving me for 34 years. I remember, I said quietly. It was the same week I made partner. Oh, was it? Dad looked genuinely surprised. Must have slipped my mind. Lisa stepped forward, her lawyer mode activated. Actually, Harrison, Danielle just won a landmark case that... Lisa, I touched her arm. Not now. Alvin was staring at his phone again, brow furrowed. He looked up at me, then back at his screen. Interesting timing, he muttered. What's that? Elias asked. Nothing, Alvin said quickly. Just reading about some legal news. My phone buzzed. A text from Sophia. Need to talk to you now. Your lawsuit. It's directly connected to Elias's company's sudden windfall. I excused myself to the kitchen, where Sophia was waiting. The regulatory changes your lawsuit forced, she whispered urgently. They didn't just hurt the company you were fighting, they created a massive opportunity for smaller firms in the same sector. Let me guess. Firms like my brother's? Exactly. Your victory basically handed him a golden ticket. I leaned against the counter, letting out a laugh that was half bitter, half amused. So I'm responsible for his latest success, and he doesn't even know it. Danielle, Mom called from the dining room. We're about to cut the cake. Coming, I called back, then turned to Sophia. Not a word about this, not yet. Back in the dining room, Elias was standing at the head of the table, champagne glass in hand. I want to thank everyone for being here today. This past quarter has been incredible for us, and it's all thanks to your sister, Alvin cut in suddenly. All heads turned toward him. My heart stopped. What? Elias asked. Alvin backtracked smoothly. Family support is everything, right? Even the little contributions matter. I could feel Lisa's tension beside me, knew she was ready to jump in and defend me, but I squeezed her hand under the table. Not yet. To family. Elias raised his glass, oblivious to the undercurrents. To family, everyone echoed. I raised my glass, too, catching Alvin's eye across the table. He knew, or at least he suspected. The pieces were falling into place, and soon the whole picture would be clear to everyone. More cake, anyone? Mom asked, trying to break the tension she couldn't quite understand. Actually, I said, standing up, I think it's time I shared some news of my own. But before I could continue, Dad's phone rang. Hold that thought, sweetheart. Elias, son, it's that reporter from Forbes. Everyone quiet. I sat back down, watching Dad fawn over Elias's upcoming magazine feature. The time wasn't quite right, but it was coming. Danielle! Sophia grabbed my arm, pulling me into the study. You need to see this right now. She thrust her phone in front of my face, open to a breaking news article. Anonymous lawyer behind industry-shaking victory revealed? I read aloud, my stomach dropping. Who leaked this? Keep reading, Sophia urged. The article didn't name me directly, but contained enough details that anyone paying attention could connect the dots, especially anyone who, say, ran a company that had mysteriously benefited from the case. Does anyone else know? I asked. Alvin's been reading it for the last 10 minutes. He keeps looking at you like you're a puzzle he's trying to solve. A knock at the study door made us both jump. Speaking of the devil, Alvin stood there, phone in hand. Interesting reading material, he said, stepping in and closing the door behind him. Very interesting coincidence, don't you think? I'm sure I don't know what you mean, I replied, keeping my voice steady. Cut the act, Danielle. This was you, wasn't it? The lawsuit, the regulations, all of it? Before I could respond, the door opened again. Elias walked in, all smiles. There you are. Dad's looking for, what's going on? Nothing, Alvin said quickly. Just discussing some legal matters with your sister. Legal matters? Elias laughed. Come on, Alvin. We've got investors waiting on the phone. Whatever small-time case Danielle's working on can wait. I saw Sophia's hand tighten around her phone. Small time? She muttered. Actually, Alvin started, but I cut him off with a look. Go ahead, Elias. Don't keep your investors waiting on my account. After they left, Sophia turned to me. You're really going to let him keep talking to you like that? For now. A commotion from the living room drew us out. Laura was reading something on her tablet, her face growing increasingly pale. Honey, she called to Elias, you might want to see this. Not now, dear. I'm on the phone with... Now, she insisted, her eyes flicking to me. I felt a small thrill of satisfaction. Laura was smart. She'd figured it out too. "What's all the fuss about?" Dad asked, peering over Laura's shoulder at the tablet. His eyes widened slightly as he read. "It says here that a female lawyer from Morris and Stanley—" He trailed off, looking up at me with an unreadable expression. "What about Morris and Stanley?" Elias asked, finally hanging up his phone. "Nothing," I said smoothly. "Just some industry news. Nothing as important as your investor call." Lisa appeared at my side, practically vibrating with suppressed emotion. "Danielle, please, let me tell them." "Tell us what?" Mom asked, entering the room with a fresh tray of cookies. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. Alvin was still staring at his phone. Laura was looking between me and Elias with growing anxiety, and Dad seemed frozen in place, the article still visible on Laura's tablet. "Well," Sophia broke the silence, journalist instincts kicking in, "it seems there's been a rather significant development in the legal world, a case that's changed the entire industry landscape. Isn't that right, Danielle?" "Is this about that class action thing?" Elias asked dismissively. "The one that coincidentally helped our company?" "Coincidentally," I repeated, the word tasting bitter. "Right. Danielle," Alvin said slowly, "how long have you been working on this case?" 3 years, Lisa answered for me. 3 years of hell, fighting against impossible odds, while everyone in this room except me treated her work like it was nothing. "Lisa," I warned. "No, they need to know. They need to understand what you—" The sharp ring of Elias's phone cut through the tension. He glanced at the screen. "It's Forbes again. Dad, they want to know more about how we positioned ourselves to take advantage of the regulatory changes." I couldn't help it. I laughed. The sound was sharp and sudden, making everyone turn to look at me. "Something funny, sis?" Elias asked. "You could say that," I replied, meeting Alvin's knowing gaze across the room. "Danielle," Mom said softly, "is there something you want to tell us?" I looked around the room, at Dad's confused face, at Laura's growing comprehension, at Elias's complete obliviousness to the bomb about to drop. "Actually," I said, straightening my shoulders, "there is. But maybe we should wait for Elias to finish his interview first. After all, I wouldn't want my little court thing to interrupt his moment of glory." The phone kept ringing in Elias's hand, but he didn't answer it. For the first time that day, his full attention was on me. "Answer your phone, Elias," I said sweetly. "Forbes is waiting." The tension in the room crackled as Elias looked between his ringing phone and my face. Finally, he declined the call. "What's going on, Danielle?" he asked, his usual confidence wavering slightly. "Yes, dear," Dad chimed in. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Before I could answer, Alvin stepped forward. "I'll tell you what's going on. Your daughter, the one whose work you've been dismissing all day, is the anonymous lawyer behind the biggest corporate lawsuit of the year." The room fell silent. You could have heard a pin drop. "That's ridiculous," Dad scoffed, but his voice lacked conviction. "Danielle handles small claims and minor disputes. This case was worth $50 million, Lisa finished for him, plus regulatory changes that reshaped the entire industry." Laura's hand flew to her mouth. "The changes that saved our company were all thanks to your sister-in-law," Sophia confirmed, her journalist smile firmly in place. "Quite a story, isn't it?" Elias sank into the nearest chair. "That's not possible." "Oh?" I raised an eyebrow. "And why's that, brother dear? Because little Danielle couldn't possibly handle something so important?" "I didn't mean—" 3 years, I cut him off. 3 years I worked on this case. Every holiday I missed, every family dinner I skipped, every time you all rolled your eyes at my little lawyer thing, I was building the case that would eventually save your company." "But," Dad started. "But what, Dad? But you didn't notice? But you were too busy praising Elias to see what I was accomplishing? But you never thought I could do something this significant?" Mom stepped forward, tears in her eyes. "Sweetheart, why didn't you tell us?" "Would you have listened?" Lisa asked sharply. "Would any of you have actually paid attention?" "That's not fair," Laura protested. We always supported. Supported? I laughed. Is that what you call it? Just today you referred to my career as that little lawyer thing, and that was one of the kinder comments. Alvin cleared his throat. The regulatory changes from your lawsuit, they're the only reason our company survived last quarter's market shift. I know, I said quietly. You knew? Elias stood up suddenly. You knew and you didn't say anything? Like you've been saying anything about my achievements for the past decade? The room fell silent again. Dad was staring at the floor, Mom was wringing her hands, and Elias looked like someone had just told him Santa wasn't real. I need a drink, Laura announced, heading for the bar cart. Make it a double, Alvin called after her. So, Sophia said brightly, pulling out her reporter's notebook, anyone want to comment on the record about this fascinating turn of events? Put that away, I told her, but I couldn't help smiling. Danielle, Dad finally spoke, his voice unusually quiet. I don't know what to say. That's a first. Danny, Elias stepped toward me. I had no idea. I mean, I knew you were working hard, but this? But you never thought to ask what I was working on, did you? None of you did. The sound of glass shattering made everyone jump. Laura had dropped her drink, the amber liquid spreading across the hardwood floor. Sorry, she mumbled. It's just, all this time, our company's success was thanks to the person you've all been patronizing since childhood, Lisa finished. Ironic, isn't it? Dad took a step toward me, then stopped. For the first time in my life, he looked uncertain. Sweetheart, Save it, I held up a hand. I didn't do this for your approval. I did it because it was the right thing to do. The fact that it helped Elias's company was just karma, I guess. Some karma, Alvin muttered. Elias's phone rang again. This time he turned it off completely. I think, he said slowly, we need to have a family meeting, a real one, where we actually listen to each other. That would be a nice change, I said. Danielle, Mom touched my arm. We're so proud. Don't, I cut her off. Don't say you're proud now, not when you weren't interested before. The silence that followed was deafening. Everyone seemed to be processing the shift in family dynamics, the realization that the hierarchy they'd taken for granted had been built on sand. Well, Sophia broke the tension, I believe this calls for champagne. The good kind, not the stuff you've been serving all day. As she went to fetch the bottles, I caught Lisa's eye. She gave me a subtle nod, the kind that said, well done, and it's about time, all at once. The storm had broken, but the aftermath was just beginning. To unexpected victories, Sophia raised her champagne glass, breaking the uncomfortable silence that had settled over the room. And to the people who never saw them coming, Lisa added pointedly. Dad cleared his throat. Perhaps we should make a toast to my brilliant sister, Elias interrupted, standing up, who not only won an impossible case, but saved my company in the process. I nearly choked on my champagne. Really, Elias? Now you want to acknowledge my achievements? Danny, I know I've been an arrogant, self-centered, Lisa started. Lisa, I warned, though I couldn't help smiling. No, she's right, Elias said. I've been exactly that. We all have. Laura stepped forward, wineglass trembling slightly in her hand. The press will want to know who is behind the lawsuit. Once they connect the dots, they'll realize that the golden boy's success came from his overlooked sister, Sophia finished, scribbling in her notebook again. Are you recording all this? Laura asked nervously. Every word, Sophia grinned. It's not every day you witness such a perfect example of poetic justice. Dad suddenly stood up, his chair scraping against the floor. I need some air. Running away from my success, Dad? The words flew out before I could stop them. That's new. Usually you just ignore it. He froze mid-step. That's not fair, Danielle. Fair? I laughed. You want to talk about fair? Was it fair when you skipped my law school graduation for Elias's corporate retreat? Was it fair when you dismissed every case I won as beginner's luck? I never meant to. To what? Make me feel worthless? To treat everything I did like it was somehow less important than Elias's achievements? The room fell silent again. Mom was crying quietly in the corner, while Laura and Alvin exchanged uncomfortable glances. You know what the funny thing is? I continued, the champagne making me bold. All those times you bragged about Elias's business instincts, his perfect timing? It was my work that made it possible. My little lawyer thing saved his company. Elias stepped toward me. Danny, I had no idea the regulatory changes came from your case. If I'd known, you'd what? Actually shown interest in my career? Asked me about my work instead of talking over me? Yes, he exploded. Yes, I would have. Do you think I enjoy knowing that I've been taking credit for my little sister's success? Could have fooled me, Lisa muttered. Alvin cleared his throat. The board will need to know about this. The shareholders, too. Of course they will, I smiled. Imagine the headlines. Company's miraculous recovery, actually sister's legal victory. Danielle, Mom finally spoke up, her voice shaky. We never meant to make you feel less than, but you did, I cut her off. Every single day. And now, I gestured around the room. Now you're all suddenly interested in my work because it benefited Elias? That's not, Laura started. Save it, I held up my hand. I don't need your belated approval or your guilty consciences. I did this on my own, despite all of you, not because of you. Dad turned back from the door. You're right. The room fell silent once again. What did you say? I asked, not sure I'd heard correctly. You're right, he repeated, his voice rough. We've all been wrong, so wrong. Harrison, Mom whispered. No, Sophia. Our daughter just won a $50 million lawsuit that changed an entire industry, and we've spent the whole day talking about Elias's phone calls. Elias sat down heavily. Dad's right. We've been awful. Terrible, Laura agreed. The worst, Alvin added. Well, Sophia said brightly, this is getting good. Mind if I record? Sophia! Several voices protested at once. What? This is solid gold. The overlooked daughter, the prodigal son, the family revelation. It's perfect. It's private now, Mom said firmly. Is it? I asked. Weren't you all just celebrating Elias's success publicly? Why should my victory be kept quiet? The implications of my words hung in the air. Everyone knew that tomorrow the story would break. The anonymous lawyer would be revealed, and the connection to Elias's company would become public knowledge. To my sister, Elias raised his glass again, his voice sincere for the first time that day. The real success story in this family. I looked at him over my champagne glass, seeing real regret in his eyes. Better late than never, I suppose, but we all knew this was just the beginning. The real storm was still coming. The story's breaking, Sophia announced, holding up her phone. My editor just pushed it live. The notification pinged on everyone's phones simultaneously. I watched as their faces changed while reading the headline. Anonymous legal crusader revealed how one lawyer's victory saved her brother's company. They used my favorite photo of you, Lisa grinned, showing me her screen. The one from after we won. Dad's face had gone pale as he scrolled through the article. In a twist of karmic justice, he read aloud, the overlooked younger sister of business mogul Elias proved to be the family's true powerhouse. Keep reading, Sophia encouraged. It gets better. Sources close to the family describe a pattern of dismissive behavior toward the accomplished attorney's achievements. Laura trailed off, looking uncomfortable. Who were these sources? Elias demanded. A good journalist never reveals, Sophia began. It was me, Lisa stood up. I told her everything, every missed graduation, every dismissive comment, every time they chose your events over hers. Someone needed to tell the truth. Mom sank into a chair. It's all there. Everything we did, everything we didn't do. The phone's starting to ring, Alvin announced, holding up his buzzing cell. Business reporters, investors, everyone wants a comment. Let them wait, Elias said firmly. He turned to me. Danielle, I need to say something. Save your speech, Elias. I don't need... No, you need to hear this, and everyone else needs to hear it too. He stood up, addressing the room. My sister is brilliant. She's always been brilliant, and I've spent years taking advantage of her success while pretending I didn't notice it. Elias, Laura touched his arm. Let me finish. That company everyone's been congratulating me about? It would be bankrupt right now if it weren't for Danielle. All those regulatory changes that fell into our lap? That was her. She fought for 3 years while we mocked her dedication, and she won. She won big. Dad stepped forward. Sweetheart, I don't know how to even begin to apologize. Then don't, I cut him off. Don't apologize because you have to, because it's gone public, because you're embarrassed. That's not what I want. What do you want? Mom asked softly. I want you to understand what you did. Really understand it. How it felt to sit at every family dinner and listen to endless praise for Elias while my achievements weren't even worth mentioning. How it felt to win case after case and have them dismissed as cute little victories. How it felt to fight the biggest battle of my career, knowing none of you cared enough to even ask about it. The silence that followed was deafening. $50 million, Alvin whispered, shaking his head. You won $50 million and reshaped an entire industry. And saved your company in the process, Lisa added. Don't forget that part. More phones started ringing. The story was spreading. We need to make a statement, Laura said, her PR instincts kicking in. Get ahead of this. Oh, now you want to talk about my work? I laughed. Now it's important enough to discuss? Danny, Elias started. Don't Danny me. You don't get to act like the proud big brother now. None of you get to pretend you've always supported me. The truth is out there now, all of it. Sophia's phone buzzed again. Your firm's releasing a statement. They're naming you as lead counsel on the case. Good, I said firmly. No more hiding in the shadows. No more being the family afterthought. Dad sank into a chair, looking older than I'd ever seen him. I failed you. Yes, I agreed. You did. All of you did. But you know what? I succeeded anyway. Without your support, without your approval, without your notice, I did it all on my own. Not entirely on your own, Lisa corrected, squeezing my hand. Some of us always knew how amazing you are. The room fell quiet again, broken only by the constant buzzing of phones. The story was everywhere now, impossible to ignore, impossible to minimize. So, I said, looking around at my shell-shocked family, who wants to do another family photo, this time with the actual success story in the center? Mom burst into tears. Dad looked like he'd been punched. Elias just nodded slowly, understanding the justice in my words. I think, Sophia said, still typing on her phone, this is going to be one hell of a story. It already is, I replied, watching my family's carefully constructed hierarchy crumble around us. It already is. The truth was finally out, and there was no going back. The overlooked sister had stepped into the spotlight, and this time no one could look away. Ready for this? Lisa asked, straightening my blazer as we stood outside the conference room. Through the glass walls, I could see them all waiting. Dad, Mom, Elias, Laura, Alvin, and a room full of board members and reporters. The first joint press conference between my firm and my brother's company. I've been ready my whole life, I replied, pushing open the door. Camera flashes erupted as I walked to the podium, Elias stepping aside to make room for me. The gesture wasn't lost on anyone, especially not Dad, whose eyes followed my every move. Good morning, I began, my voice steady. Today, we're announcing a historic partnership between Morris and Stanley Law and Wright Industries. As I outlined the details of how my legal victory had transformed the industry and saved multiple companies, including my brother's, I watched my family's faces. Mom was crying again, but this time they were different tears. Dad sat straight-backed, actually listening to every word. Elias nodded along, no longer trying to steal the spotlight. "And now," I concluded, "I'll take your questions." A forest of hands shot up. I pointed to a reporter in the front row. "How does it feel to have saved your brother's company while remaining anonymous for so long?" "It feels," I glanced at Elias, "like justice." Another reporter stood. "Mr. Wright, how did you feel when you learned the truth about your sister's role in your company's survival?" Dad shifted uncomfortably in his seat, but Elias stepped forward to the microphone. "I felt ashamed," he said simply. Ashamed that I'd spent years overlooking my sister's brilliance. But mostly I felt proud. Prouder than I've ever been of any of my own achievements. The room buzzed with excitement at his candor. "Ms. Wright," another reporter called out, "will you be taking a position with your brother's company?" "No," I smiled. "I'm quite happy where I am, leading my own team, fighting my own battles, but our firms will be working together moving forward." "As equals," Elias added firmly. After the press conference in the privacy of the boardroom, Dad finally spoke up. "Danielle, I've been trying to find the right words." "Don't strain yourself, Dad," I said, but without the bitterness that had colored my voice for so long. "No, please, let me say this." He stood up, looking older, but somehow more human than I'd ever seen him. "I spent years looking for success in all the wrong places. I was so busy watching Elias that I missed the real powerhouse right in front of me. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I haven't earned that yet, but I am asking for a chance to do better." Mom reached for his hand, then mine. "We both are." "Well," I said, "you can start by coming to my court appearances. I have another big case starting next month." "Front row," Dad promised. "Every day." "Even if Elias has a board meeting?" I challenged. "He can handle those on his own," Dad replied firmly. "I want to watch my daughter in action." Elias cleared his throat. "Speaking of action, Danielle, would you consider joining our board of directors? Not as an employee, but as an independent member. We could use your legal expertise. And your integrity," Laura added quietly. I looked at Lisa, who gave me an encouraging nod. "I'll think about it." "That's more than we deserve," Alvin admitted. Sophia, who'd been scribbling notes in the corner, looked up. "This is going to make one hell of a follow-up story. Family reconciliation in the wake of legal victory." "No," I corrected her. "Family learns to see clearly for the first time." "I like that," Mom smiled tearfully. As we gathered our things to leave, Dad touched my arm. "Danielle, that photo you mentioned, the one with you in the center, what about it? Can we take it now? Not for the press, not for show, just for us. To remember this moment when everything changed." I looked around at my family, really looked at them. Dad's hopeful expression, Mom's gentle smile, Elias's genuine respect, Laura's newfound humility, Alvin's grudging admiration, and beside me, Lisa's unwavering support and Sophia's chronicling presence. "Okay," I agreed. "But this time, I'm not standing on the edges." "No," Elias said firmly. "This time, you're exactly where you belong, in the spotlight." As we posed for the photo, I realized something. Success wasn't just about winning cases or proving people wrong. Sometimes it was about giving people the chance to prove themselves right. "Everyone ready?" Sophia held up her camera. "Ready," I said, standing tall in the center of my family, no longer overshadowed, no longer overlooked. The camera flashed, capturing not just an image, but a new beginning. One where being seen wasn't something I had to fight for. It was something I'd finally earned, and this time everyone was watching.
I stood in my sister Mallory's marble-floored kitchen, clutching a glass of wine I hadn't sipped, listening to her laugh about me to our mother. Can you believe Iris is still teaching? All that potential wasted on finger paintings and multiplication tables. I'm Iris, the family disappointment. At least, that's how they see me. While my sister hosts dinner parties in her mansion and posts photos from private jets, I spend my days teaching fourth graders how to divide fractions and believe in themselves. Darling, did you see the Porsche I bought Malcolm for his birthday? Mallory's voice carried across the kitchen island. He barely drives it, but it looks amazing in the driveway. Mom beamed at her. You two really know how to live. If only your sister would... I can hear you both, I said, finally speaking up. I'm literally standing right here. Mallory waved her hand dismissively. Oh, honey, we're just concerned. You could be making 6 figures at Dad's company, but instead you're what? Making macaroni art. Actually, we're coding simple games in class now, I replied, but they had already moved on to discussing Mallory's upcoming trip to Monaco. My phone buzzed. A text from Grace, my fellow teacher and closest friend. How's the family torture session going? Kill me now, I typed back. The usual wealth shaming? Remember why you do this, Grace replied. You're changing lives, not just bank accounts. I smiled, thinking of Jamie, one of my students who went from hating math to lighting up when solving problems using our classroom's new programming exercises. That's worth more than any Porsche. Iris, dear, Mum called out, come look at Mallory's new tennis bracelet. 15 carats of diamonds. Malcolm really knows how to treat her right. I walked over, admiring the way the stones caught the light. Beautiful, I said quietly. You could have nice things too, Mum said, touching my arm. Your father would still welcome you at the company. It's not too late to make something of yourself. I've made something of myself, I replied, but my voice was drowned out by the arrival of Dad and Malcolm, returning from their cigar break on the terrace. There's my girls, Dad boomed, kissing Mallory's cheek first, then Mum's. He gave me a brief nod. Iris, how's the teaching going? Still enjoying it? Before I could answer, Mallory jumped in. Daddy, tell Iris about that junior executive position that just opened up. She'd be perfect for it. Well, Dad cleared his throat, the salary starts at $120,000 plus bonuses, much better than... He trailed off, glancing at me apologetically. I took a deep breath. I appreciate the offer, but I love what I do. My students... Your students can't pay for retirement, Mum interjected, or designer clothes, or vacations, or dignity, apparently, I muttered, earning a sharp look from everyone except Malcolm, who was absorbed in his phone. The evening continued like this, a parade of subtle jabs wrapped in concern, of achievements I should envy, of paths I should have taken. But they didn't know about the late nights I spent coding, about the educational software I'd been developing for the past 2 years. They didn't know about the meetings with investors, or the way my students' test scores had skyrocketed since implementing my program. As I helped clear the dishes, Mallory cornered me by the sink. Look, I know you think I'm being harsh, but I just want what's best for you. Don't you want to be successful? I placed a crystal wine glass in the dishwasher, careful not to chip it. Success means different things to different people, Mal. She laughed, the sound tinkling like her diamond bracelet. Keep telling yourself that, sweetie. My phone buzzed again. This time it was an email from Damon, my coding partner. Big news, call me ASAP. I should go, I said, gathering my things. Early day tomorrow. Of course, Mallory smirked. Those macaroni masterpieces won't make themselves. As I drove home in my reliable Honda Civic, I thought about success, about wealth, about what really matters. My sister's mansion disappeared in my rearview mirror, but I couldn't shake the conversation from my mind. What they didn't know was that tomorrow, while they were counting carrots and comparing country club memberships, I would be meeting with the biggest educational software company in the country. What they didn't know was that my little teaching project had caught the attention of people who saw its true value. What they didn't know was that everything was about to change. I smiled as I pulled into my modest apartment complex. Sometimes the best revenge isn't serving it cold, it's serving it with a side of poetic justice. "Have you lost your mind?" Damon's voice crackled through my phone speaker as I prepared my classroom the next morning. "Fred Wilkinson wants to meet us." The Fred Wilkinson, the guy who turned 3 educational startups into billion-dollar companies. I adjusted a student's desk while balancing my phone. "I know who he is, Damon. I'm the one who sent him our prototype, remember?" "But why didn't you tell me you were reaching out to investors?" "Because I didn't think anything would come of it," I admitted, writing the day's agenda on the whiteboard. "I sent it to 5 companies. He's the only one who responded." "The only one who matters," Damon corrected. "When's the meeting?" "This afternoon, after classes." I heard footsteps in the hallway. "Listen, my students are coming. We'll talk during lunch." Grace poked her head in just as I hung up. "You look different today," she said, studying my face. "Something happened at the family dinner?" "Not exactly." I told her about Fred's email while setting up the laptops for our morning coding session. "But please keep it quiet. The last thing I need is for this to get back to my family before anything's concrete." "My lips are sealed," Grace promised. "But Iris, this is huge. Your program could help so many kids." The first bell rang and my students began filing in. Jamie, my brightest programmer, immediately headed for his usual laptop. "Miss Iris, can I show you what I added to my game?" "In a minute, Jamie. Let's get everyone settled first." As I watched my students work, I couldn't help but smile. What had started as a simple idea, teaching coding through interactive storytelling, had evolved into something much bigger. The software adapted to each student's learning style, turning mathematical concepts into engaging puzzles and games. During lunch, Damon and I met in my classroom, spreading out our notes across my desk. "We need to be prepared," he said, running a hand through his dishevelled hair. "Wilkinson's going to want to know about scalability, market potential, implementation costs." "And I want to know if he understands what we're trying to achieve," I interrupted. "This isn't just about making money, Damon. It's about making education better." He smiled. "That's why we work so well together. You keep us focused on what matters." The afternoon crawled by. When the final bell rang, I changed into the one designer blazer I owned, a birthday gift from Mallory that she probably thought I never wore. "You've got this," Grace said, giving me a quick hug before I left. "Remember, you're the expert here. You know what these kids need." Fred Wilkinson wasn't what I expected. Instead of a suit-wearing executive, he showed up in jeans and a casual button-down shirt. He spent the first 20 minutes asking about my teaching experience and watching recordings of students using the software. "Show me how it works," he said, sitting down at one of the student laptops. I guided him through the program, explaining how it adjusted difficulty based on user responses, how it incorporated storytelling elements to maintain engagement, and how it provided real-time feedback to teachers. "And you develop this while teaching full-time?" he asked, clearly impressed. "Nights, weekends, summers," I nodded. Damon helped with the back-end programming, but the educational framework came from daily classroom experience. "That's what makes it special," Damon added. "It's not just theoretically sound, it's been tested and refined in an actual classroom." Fred leaned back in the small chair, looking oddly comfortable in the elementary school setting. "I'll be direct. I've seen dozens of educational software pitches this year. Most of them are from tech people who think they know what teachers need. This is the first one I've seen that actually understands how kids learn." My heart raced. "So you're interested?" "Very." He pulled out his tablet. "I'd like to make you an offer, but first, I want to know your vision. If we scale this up, what do you see happening?" I thought about Jamie, about all my students who'd discovered they could do more than they thought possible. I want every kid to have that moment when they realize they're capable of amazing things. I want teachers to have tools that actually help them teach, not just generate test scores. I want to change how we think about education. Fred nodded slowly, a smile spreading across his face. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. He turned his tablet toward us, showing a number that made my eyes widen. Let's make it happen. As we left the school that evening, Damon grabbed my shoulders. Do you realize what just happened? We're going to be rich. But I was thinking about something else. About Mallory's smirk, about my mother's dismissive comments, about my father's disappointment, about how none of that mattered anymore. No, I corrected him, we're going to make a difference. The money is just a bonus. My phone buzzed. Another family dinner invitation for the weekend. This time, I thought, things would be different. The familiar scent of Mum's roast beef filled the dining room as I took my usual seat at the far end of the table. Mallory was already holding court, regaling everyone with stories from her recent Monaco trip. The yacht was absolutely divine, she gushed, gesturing with her wine glass. Malcolm's business partner let us use it for the whole week. Speaking of business, Dad said, cutting into his meat, how's that junior executive position looking, Iris? Still open if you want it? I pushed my peas around the plate. Actually, I've been pretty busy with a work project. Mallory snorted. What, the school bake sale? No, I said quietly. Something else. My phone buzzed in my lap. A text from Fred. Final paperwork ready for review. Meeting tomorrow at 9. Phone's at the dinner table? Mum clicked her tongue. Really, Iris, you should know better. I slipped the phone back into my pocket, fighting to keep my expression neutral. The contract we'd been negotiating was worth more than this house and everything in it. But they didn't need to know that. Not yet. Malcolm just closed another huge deal, Mallory announced. Tell them, honey. Malcolm looked up from his phone briefly. Oh yeah, pretty big. 7 figures. That's wonderful, Mum beamed. You two are so successful. Iris, dear, aren't you inspired by your sister's lifestyle? I took a sip of water. I'm happy with my choices. Happy? Mallory laughed. Living in that tiny apartment, driving that old Honda. Come on, sis, you can't be serious. Not everyone measures success the same way, Mal. No, but everyone measures failure the same way, she shot back. The table fell silent. Dad cleared his throat uncomfortably. Mallory, Mum chided softly, but her heart wasn't in it. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Damon. Stock options looking amazing. You seeing these numbers? Another message. Mum frowned. Is everything all right at school? Everything's fine, I said. Better than fine, actually. Oh? Mallory leaned forward. Did they finally give you a raise? Maybe now you can afford a new car. I gripped my fork tighter. I like my car. Well, I just got a new Mercedes, Mallory continued. The interior is all custom leather. Malcolm surprised me with it last week. That's lovely, dear, Mum cooed. Iris, you should let Malcolm's dealer know if you ever want to look at something more suitable for a professional. I'm good, thanks. I cut my meat carefully, precisely, channeling my frustration into the motion. You know, Dad said, your sister started at the bottom too. But she worked hard, made the right connections, married the right person, Mallory added with a wink. And now look at her, Dad finished. You could have the same thing. My phone buzzed a third time. Fred again. Press release drafted. Review ASAP. Seriously, what is so important? Mallory reached across the table, trying to peek at my phone. Hot date? I pulled back. Work stuff. Schoolwork? At this hour? Mum shook her head. This is exactly what we're talking about, dear. You're killing yourself for nothing. The words hit harder than usual, maybe because I knew how wrong they were. I thought about the contract waiting for my signature, about the changes it would bring, about the students who would benefit. You know what? I stood up suddenly. I need to go. But we haven't had dessert, Mum protested. I made your favourite apple pie. Rain check, I said, gathering my things. I have an early meeting tomorrow. Mallory rolled her eyes. Ooh, a meeting. How important? Parent-teacher conference? Something like that. I forced a smile. Thanks for dinner, Mom. As I reached the door, Dad called out, That position won't stay open forever, Iris. I turned back one last time. That's okay, Dad. I don't need it. Driving home, I finally let myself check the messages properly. The numbers in Damon's text made me dizzy. Fred's press release was perfect, highlighting the educational impact first, the financial details second. My phone rang. It was Grace. How was dinner? She asked. Same as always. They think I'm throwing my life away. Little do they know, she laughed. When are you going to tell them? I pulled into my apartment complex, looking up at my modest home. Soon I could afford any place I wanted, but that wasn't the point. After everything's finalised, I said, the paperwork gets signed tomorrow. And then? I smiled, thinking about Mallory's condescending smirk, about Mum's dismissive comments, about Dad's disappointment. And then, I said, we changed some lives. Starting with my own. 8 figures, Damon whispered, staring at the contract on Fred's conference room table. I mean, I knew it would be big, but this is life-changing. Fred smiled, sliding his Mont Blanc pen across the polished surface. And that's just the initial payment. Wait until you see the royalty structure. My hand trembled slightly as I reached for the pen. One signature and everything would change. I thought about my students, about all the other students who could benefit from our program. Before you sign, Fred said, I want to make sure you understand what happens next. This goes public tomorrow. Are you ready for that? I nodded, thinking about my family's reaction. More than ready. The press will want interviews. Your story, a teacher creating revolutionary educational software, it's going to make headlines. Speaking of headlines, Damon cut in, have you told your family yet? No. I signed my name with a flourish, but they'll find out soon enough. Fred gathered the papers, handing us each our copies. Congratulations! You're now officially millionaires. Walking out of the building, Damon couldn't contain his excitement. We should celebrate! Dinner, drinks, buy a small island. I have to get back to school, I laughed. My students are presenting their projects today. Iris, you're rich now, like really rich. You don't have to. I want to, I interrupted. These kids are why we did this in the first place. Back in my classroom, Jamie was first to present his project. He'd created a game that taught multiplication through space exploration. Each correct answer moved the rocket closer to its destination. Miss Iris, he beamed, I added sound effects. My phone buzzed. A text from Mallory. Turn on channel 7 now. Then another. Is this for real? And another. OMG, call me. I glanced at the classroom TV, usually used for educational videos. With a knot in my stomach, I turned it on. Revolutionary educational software developed by a local teacher, the news anchor was saying. The program, which has shown remarkable results in improving student performance, was just acquired for an undisclosed sum in the 8-figure range. My students stopped what they were doing, staring at the screen where my professional headshot now appeared. Ms. Iris, Jamie gasped, that's you. Is this about our coding class? Another student asked. Are you famous now? Are you rich? Grace appeared in the doorway, grinning. So much for keeping it quiet. My phone was exploding with notifications, messages from college friends, former colleagues, and most persistently, my family. Mum, what is this we're seeing on the news? Dad, call immediately. Mallory, seriously, what is happening? Class, I said, turning off the TV, let's focus on your presentations. This isn't about me, it's about what you've created. But the excitement was contagious. Even Grace's students were peeking in through the windows. After school, Damon rushed into my classroom. "Have you seen Twitter? We're trending!" "I've been avoiding looking at anything," I admitted. "How bad is it?" "Bad? It's amazing. Teachers are calling you an inspiration. Tech blogs are analysing our software, and—" He paused dramatically. 3 other major companies have already reached out about partnerships. My phone rang again. Mallory, for the 10th time. "You should probably answer eventually," Grace said gently. "I will, just not yet." I sat at my desk, looking around my classroom. "Everything's going to change now, isn't it?" "Only the things you want to change," Damon said. "You're still you, just with a much bigger platform to make a difference." My phone buzzed with a text from Fred. "Major education conference wants you as keynote speaker. Interest from school districts nationwide. This is bigger than we thought." "Iris," Grace said softly, "your family's here." I looked up to see Mallory, Mom, and Dad standing in my classroom doorway. Mallory clutched her phone, Mum looked shell-shocked, and Dad was holding a newspaper with my story on the front page. "8 figures?" Mallory blurted out. "From teaching?" "From innovation," Damon corrected, stepping protectively closer to my desk. "Why didn't you tell us?" Mum asked, her voice small. I stood up, gathering my courage. "Would you have believed me if I had?" The silence that followed was deafening. "I should go," Damon said. "Early meeting tomorrow with the development team." He squeezed my shoulder as he left. Dad stepped forward, newspaper rustling in his hands. "Iris, Not here," I said firmly. "Not in my classroom. Come over for dinner tomorrow. I'll explain everything then." They looked ready to argue, but something in my voice must have stopped them. Maybe it was the confidence that came with knowing I'd succeeded on my own terms. "Tomorrow, then," Dad nodded. As they left, Mallory lingered in the doorway. "Sister," she said, shaking her head, "you've been holding out on us." "No," I replied, "you just never bothered to look." Fred arrived at my classroom during lunch break, just as my students were filing out. He paused to watch Jamie explaining his space multiplication game to a younger student. "This is exactly why I invested," Fred said, smiling. "Real results, real engagement." I gathered my things, preparing for our meeting. The kids are amazing when you give them the right tools. Speaking of tools, he pulled out his tablet. "We need to discuss the rollout. 20 school districts want to implement the program next semester." My phone buzzed. Another text from Mallory. "Saw you on Good Morning America. Since when do you do TV?" "Your sister seems persistent," Fred noted, glancing at my phone. "Family taking the news well?" "They're coming for dinner tonight. We'll see." We walked to the teacher's lounge, where Damon was already setting up his laptop. Grace had helped us clear the space, making it look less like a break room and more like a meeting area. "The development team's ready," Damon announced. "We can start training teachers next month." Fred nodded approvingly. "Good, because this just came in." He showed us his tablet. "The governor wants to make our program part of the state's educational initiative." "The whole state?" I sat down, stunned. "Every public school, full funding." Fred's eyes sparkled. "This is bigger than we imagined, Iris. You're not just a millionaire anymore. You're about to become a major force in education reform." My phone buzzed again. Mum this time. "Darling, what should we bring tonight? Malcolm's offering to bring champagne from his private collection." "Your family dinner's going to be interesting," Damon smirked. "Focus," I said. "Let's talk about the training program." We spent the next hour discussing implementation plans, teacher support systems, and expansion strategies. Fred's experience showed in every suggestion, every potential pitfall he helped us avoid. "One more thing," Fred said as we wrapped up. "The Today Show wants an interview. Their education segment." "National TV?" Damon whistled. "That's major exposure." It's not about exposure, I insisted. It's about reaching more students, more teachers. That's why you're perfect for this, Fred said. You never lost sight of the mission. After they left, Grace came in with coffee. Ready for tonight? Not even close. I showed her my phone, dozens of missed calls and messages from family members I hadn't heard from in years. Second cousins coming out of the woodwork, she laughed. Everyone wants to know how the poor teacher struck it rich. I sighed. They still don't get it. So make them understand. Grace squeezed my hand. Show them what real success looks like. The rest of the school day passed in a blur of excited students and congratulatory colleagues. As I was packing up, Jamie appeared at my desk. Ms. Iris, are you going to leave us now that you're rich? My heart melted. No, Jamie, I'm staying right here. We're just going to help more kids learn the way you do. Promise? Promise. Driving home, I thought about that promise. My apartment might be modest, but it was about to host the most awkward family dinner in history. I'd ordered catering, nothing fancy, just good food, and set up my small dining room as best I could. The doorbell rang at exactly 6. Mum, Dad, Mallory and Malcolm stood there, looking oddly uncertain. Come in, I said, stepping aside. This is cosy, Mallory commented, looking around my apartment. It's home, I replied simply. Malcolm immediately checked his phone, but the others sat down, eyeing me expectantly. So, Dad cleared his throat. 8 figures. The software is being implemented statewide, I explained. It's already improved test scores by 40% in pilot programs. But how? Mum burst out. You're a teacher. Exactly. I pulled out my laptop. Let me show you. I demonstrated the program, showing them how it adapted to each student's needs, how it made learning interactive and engaging. To my surprise, they actually paid attention. This is incredible, Dad muttered. And you developed this while teaching? With Damon's help, yes. And now the governor wants it? Mallory leaned forward. Like, the actual governor? Every public school in the state, I confirmed. But that's just the start. Start? Malcolm looked up from his phone. There's more. I told them about the national rollout plans, the Today Show interview, the education conference keynote. With each revelation, their expression shifted from shock to something else. Respect, maybe, or understanding. Why didn't you tell us? Mum asked again, softer this time. I met her eyes. Would you have supported me, or would you have told me to take that junior executive position instead? The silence that followed was answer enough. Well, Mallory said finally, I guess I can't tease you about being just a teacher anymore. No, I agreed. You can't. But looking at their faces, I realized something. This wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about showing them and the world that success isn't measured in carrots or car models. It's measured in lives changed. And how does it feel to be called the teacher who changed education? The Today Show host leaned forward, her perfect smile gleaming under the studio lights. Honestly? I adjusted my microphone. I'm still just a teacher who wants to help kids learn. But you're now worth millions, she pressed. Surely that changes things. The only thing that's changed is our ability to reach more students. I gestured to the screen behind us, showing clips of children using our software. Look at their faces when they solve a problem. That's worth more than any bank account. After the interview, Fred met me in the green room. Perfect, absolutely perfect. The governor's office called. They want you to speak at the Education Summit next week. My phone buzzed. Mallory, you looked amazing on TV. Who knew my little sister could work a camera? P.S. Mum's crying. Your family's adjusting? Fred asked. Slowly, it's complicated. Back at school, a small crowd of reporters waited outside. Grace helped me sneak in through the side entrance. Celebrity teacher, she teased. Stop it. I headed to my classroom, where Jamie was already waiting. Ms. Iris, I saw you on TV. He bounced excitedly. My mum recorded it. More students filtered in, each with their own version of I saw you on TV. The excitement was contagious, but I had other news to share. Class, I announced, remember how we've been testing our special software? Nods all around. Well, starting next month, every school in the state will be using it. And, I smiled, you all get to be peer mentors. Really? Jamie's eyes widened. We get to teach other kids? Really? Because you're the experts. The door opened, and to my surprise, Dad walked in. He stood awkwardly at the back of the classroom, watching. Okay, everyone, I said. Time to work on your projects. As the students settled into their tasks, Dad approached my desk. This is different from what I imagined, he said quietly. What did you imagine? Honestly, chaos, bored kids, not this. He gestured to the focused students, their faces lit by laptop screens. Dad, why are you here? He shifted uncomfortably. The board meeting this morning. They want to invest in educational technology. They asked if I knew anyone in the field. I raised an eyebrow. And I realised I didn't even know my own daughter was leading the industry. His voice cracked slightly. I'm sorry, Iris. Before I could respond, Jamie called out, Ms. Iris, can you help me with this coding problem? Go ahead, Dad said. I'll watch. I walked Jamie through debugging his code, explaining each step. When he finally got it working, his whole face lit up. See, I told Dad, that's why I teach. I see now. He cleared his throat. The board wants to meet with you, not as my daughter, as an industry expert. I'll think about it. My phone buzzed. Mallory again. Dad's at your school. Mum's freaking out. Family dinner tonight. Your sister? Dad asked. She's adjusting. I showed him the message. Dinner? Your place again? Actually, I smiled, I have somewhere else in mind. That evening, I led my family into the school cafeteria, where I'd arranged for a catered dinner. The walls were covered with student projects and success stories. The cafeteria? Mallory wrinkled her nose. Really? Wait for it, I said. One by one, my students and their parents began arriving. I'd invited them to share their experiences with the software, to show my family what real success looked like. Jamie ran up first. Ms. Iris, I showed my mum the space game. She wants to learn coding too. More families approached, sharing stories of improved grades, renewed interest in learning, kids teaching their siblings. This, I told my stunned family, is what wealth looks like to me. Mum wiped her eyes. I had no idea. None of us did, Mallory admitted. Malcolm actually put his phone away, engaging with a parent about the business applications of educational technology. For the board meeting, Dad said suddenly, you should bring this, bring them here, show them this. Already scheduled, I smiled. Fred's handling the details. Fred Wilkinson, Malcolm shook his head. Still can't believe you landed him as an investor. She landed him because she had something real, Dad said firmly. Something valuable. As the evening wound down, Mallory pulled me aside. I get it now, sis. Why you chose this. It's pretty amazing. Thanks, Mal. But, she grinned, you could still buy a better car. I laughed. Some things never change. Looking around at my students, my family, and the lives being transformed, I realised that some things do change. Just not in the ways we expect, and sometimes that's even better. The foundation will focus on bringing technology to underserved schools, I explained to the board members gathered in my classroom, starting with 50 schools in low-income areas. Dad, sitting among his fellow board members, nodded approvingly. 2 months had passed since the software launch, and everything had changed except what mattered most. And you're funding this personally? One board member asked. The majority, yes. I'm using most of my proceeds from the software sale. Most? Another member raised his eyebrows. That's substantial. Show them, Fred encouraged from the back of the room. I pulled up the foundation's budget on the smartboard. The number made several board members gasp. That's your entire payout, Dad said quietly. Not quite. I kept enough for a down payment on a house. I smiled. A modest one. Mallory, who'd insisted on attending, actually snorted. Modest? Iris, you could buy a mansion in cash. The money's better spent here, I gestured to my classroom. Besides, I like modest. After the presentation, the board voted unanimously to partner with my foundation. As they filed out, Dad lingered behind. You know, he said, when I pushed you to join the company, I thought I was helping you succeed. He looked around the classroom. I never imagined you'd end up teaching me about success instead. My phone buzzed, a text from Grace. Emergency in the computer lab. Jamie's presentation crashed. Duty calls, I told Dad. Family dinner Sunday. Wouldn't miss it. In the computer lab, Jamie was close to tears. It won't work. The whole presentation is gone. Let's take a look. I sat beside him, aware of the board members watching through the window. Remember what we learned about backup files? His face lit up. The cloud save. Together, we recovered his work. As his presentation flickered back to life on the screen, I heard applause. The board members had come in to watch. This is what we're investing in, Dad announced to his colleagues. Not just software, transformation. Later that afternoon, Mallory stopped by my classroom again. So, she said, perching on a student desk, I've been thinking. Dangerous, I teased. Seriously, Malcolm and we want to contribute to the foundation. I stared at her. What? We've got more money than we know what to do with, she shrugged. Maybe it's time we did something meaningful with it. Before I could respond, Mum burst in, waving a magazine. Have you seen this? She thrust it at me. Forbes, my face on the cover. The teacher who revolutionized education. Mum, that came out last week. I know, but I keep reading it. My daughter in Forbes. She paused. Both my daughters, actually. Mallory told me about the foundation contribution. We haven't decided anything yet, Mallory said quickly. Yes, we have. Malcolm appeared in the doorway, phone actually nowhere in sight. We're doing it. Already talked to our financial advisor. I sat at my desk, overwhelmed. You don't have to. We want to, Mallory interrupted. You showed us what matters, Iris. Let us be part of it. Mum wiped her eyes. My girls changing the world together. Speaking of changing things, Malcolm said, we should discuss the expansion plans the governor's office called. 3 more states want to implement the program. And the Today Show wants you back, Mum added. They're calling you America's teacher. I'm still just a teacher, I protested. No, came a voice from the door. Jamie stood there with his recovered presentation. You're the best teacher. Mallory smiled. Out of the mouths of babes. Miss Iris, Jamie continued, can I show my presentation to your family? For the next 20 minutes, my family sat in student desks, watching Jamie explain how he'd created an educational game that taught fractions through pizza slicing. Mum actually took notes. This is what you saw, she said afterward, this potential all along. It was always there, I replied. Some people just needed help seeing it. Like us, Mallory admitted. My phone buzzed again. Fred with more news about expansion plans, speaking engagements, investment opportunities. But for once, I let it wait. Sunday dinner, I said to my family. Bring ideas for the foundation, but this time I'm cooking. In your modest kitchen, Mallory teased. In my classroom, I corrected, where it all started. As they left, chattering about foundation plans and future projects, I looked around my classroom. The same desks, the same walls, the same dreams, but now with infinite possibilities. Jamie poked his head back in. Miss Iris, thanks for helping with my presentation. That's what teachers do, I smiled. That's what changemakers do, he corrected, surprising me with his insight. And maybe he was right. Maybe being a teacher was always about being a changemaker. I just never expected the biggest change would be in my own family. And now, to present our keynote speaker, the governor announced, a teacher who transformed not just her classroom, but education itself. I stood backstage at the National Education Summit, adjusting my simple blazer. In the audience, I spotted my family, all of them. Dad had cleared his entire board schedule to be here. Mallory had postponed a trip to Paris. Even Malcolm was present, his phone nowhere in sight. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Iris. Before stepping out, I glanced at my phone's lock screen, a photo of Jamie demonstrating our software to a group of younger students. That morning, he'd given me a card, to the teacher who showed us how to dream bigger. The applause was thunderous, but I barely heard it. Instead, I focused on the faces in the crowd, teachers, administrators, tech developers, all eager to learn how a simple classroom project had sparked an educational revolution. Thank you, I began, but I'm not here to talk about success or millions or headlines. I'm here to talk about Jamie. The audience quieted. Jamie is a student who thought he hated math, until one day he discovered he could build worlds with it, create games with it, teach others with it. I clicked to my first slide, Jamie's space multiplication game. This isn't just software, it's possibility, it's potential unleashed, and every child deserves that chance. In the front row, Mum wiped her eyes. Beside her, Mallory gripped Malcolm's hand. The foundation my family and I created has already brought this program to hundreds of schools. But today, I'm announcing something bigger. I paused, meeting Dad's eyes. Every penny of profit from our software will fund teacher training and technology access for underserved schools. Every single penny. Gasps rippled through the audience. Fred, sitting with the investors, smiled and nodded. Because success isn't measured in bank accounts. It's measured in moments of discovery, in light bulbs going on, in children realizing they're capable of amazing things. After the speech, backstage became a family reunion. Mum hugged me tight. I was so wrong, she whispered, about everything. We all were, Mallory added, but you never rubbed it in our faces. You just showed us a better way. Speaking of better ways, Malcolm stepped forward. The investment group wants to double their contribution to the foundation. Dad cleared his throat. And the board, we've voted to match it. I stared at them. That would fund every school in the country. Exactly, Mallory grinned. Go big or go home, right? A commotion at the door interrupted us. Jamie burst in, followed by Grace trying to stop him. Miss Iris, sorry, I know I'm not supposed to be backstage, but I had to show you. He thrust his tablet forward. I made a new game. It teaches algebra through detective stories. The security guard moved to escort him out, but I waved him off. Show us, I said. For the next few minutes, my family crowded around Jamie's tablet, watching as he demonstrated his creation. Mum asked intelligent questions, Dad took notes, Mallory and Malcolm offered marketing suggestions. This is better than my first coding attempts, I admitted. Because you taught me, Jamie beamed, and now I can teach others. Grace finally caught up, out of breath. Sorry, he was so excited. Don't apologise, I said. This is perfect. It is, Dad agreed. This is exactly what the foundation should be about. Not just providing technology, but nurturing innovation. Speaking of nurturing, Mum cut in, we're all having dinner at my house tonight. Jamie and Grace, you're invited too. No arguments. But first, Mallory said, champagne. I think we have something to celebrate. The foundation expansion? Malcolm asked. No, Mallory smiled, looking at me. Family, real success. Things we learned from our little sister, the teacher. Later that evening, gathered around Mom's dining table, the same table where they'd once mocked my career choice, I looked at my transformed family. Dad and Jamie discussed coding strategies, Mum and Grace exchanged teaching stories, Mallory and Malcolm debated foundation initiatives. "You know what's funny?" Mallory said quietly. "I used to think I had everything. The clothes, the car, the lifestyle, but you had something better." "What's that?" "Purpose. And now, thanks to you, we all do too." Jamie's voice rose above the dinner chatter. "Ms. Iris, can I show everyone my new idea? It's about teaching science through virtual reality." "Of course," I laughed. "That's what we do here now. We listen, we learn, we grow." "Together," Mum added, raising her glass, "to the teacher who taught us all." Looking around the table, I realized this was true wealth, not the millions in my account or the headlines or the accolades. It was family transformed, purpose discovered, lives changed, and somewhere in my classroom tomorrow would bring another Jamie, another idea, another chance to show that success isn't about what you have, it's about what you give.
The day I signed away my inheritance was the same day I decided to destroy my father. Not with violence or scandal, but with the very weapons he'd taught me to wield: patience, precision, and the law. My name is Olive, and I'm a civil rights attorney, though my father never fails to remind me I could have aimed higher. The Bennett and Associates building loomed over me as I walked through its glass doors, my heels clicking against marble floors that had witnessed 2 decades of my father's ruthless dealings. "He's waiting for you," his secretary Monica whispered, sympathy clouding her eyes. She'd watched me grow up in these halls, had seen the gradual shift from daddy's little girl to whatever I was now. I straightened my blazer and entered his office. The place still smelled of leather and expensive cigars, just like it did when I was 12 and would sneak in to read law books while he was in meetings. "Olive," he didn't look up from his computer. "The papers are on the desk. Sign them." "Hello to you too, Dad." I picked up the stack of documents, each page a carefully crafted betrayal. "You know, most fathers would at least pretend to feel guilty about strong-arming their daughter out of her inheritance." He finally looked at me, his steel gray eyes unchanged by the decades. "Your brother needs this more than you do. You have your career. Desmond, he needs structure, guidance. You mean control." I flipped through the pages, already knowing every word by heart. I'd spent 3 nights analyzing them with Alina, my colleague and closest friend. "He's 32, Dad. When are you going to stop treating him like he's 16? When he stops acting like it." He stood up, walking to his wall of windows. "Poetry doesn't pay bills, Olive. Someone needs to protect his future." I bit back a laugh. If he only knew how many of Desmond's poems had been published under a pen name, how his wayward son had built a quiet but respectable literary reputation while pretending to be the family disappointment. "Sign the papers, Olive. Don't make this difficult." "Like you made it difficult when I got into law school?" The words slipped out before I could stop them. "When you told me civil rights law was beneath our family's standing?" He turned, his face hardening. "You're still bitter about that? I pushed you because I saw your potential. You could be running this firm by now. Instead, I'm just helping people who actually need it. What a waste." I grabbed the Mont Blanc pen, a graduation gift from him, and signed each page with deliberate strokes. Each signature felt like laying another brick in the foundation of what was to come. "There." I slid the papers across his desk. "Happy now?" He picked them up, checking each signature. "It's for the best, Olive. You'll see that someday." "Oh, I'm sure I will." I stood up, smoothing my skirt. "By the way, how's the mayoral campaign planning going?" He paused, just for a fraction of a second. Most people wouldn't have noticed, but I'd spent my life studying his tells. "Who told you about that?" "I have my sources." I headed for the door, then turned back. You know what's funny, Dad? You always said my biggest weakness was that I care too much about justice, but maybe that's not a weakness at all. Is that a threat? His voice was quiet, dangerous. I smiled, the same smile he'd taught me to use in negotiations. Of course not. Just an observation from your disappointment of a daughter. I opened the door. Good luck with the campaign, Dad. I'm sure all sorts of interesting things will come to light during the vetting process. Olive? His voice stopped me. Don't do anything foolish. I learned from the best, Dad. Everything I do is carefully calculated. I closed the door behind me, nodding to Monica as I passed. My phone buzzed as I reached the elevator. A text from Desmond. Did you do it? Yes, I typed back. Phase 1 complete. You still in? His response came quickly. All the way, sis. He'll never see us coming. I smiled as I stepped into the elevator, remembering the night 2 months ago when I'd found Desmond in his apartment, surrounded by papers and empty whiskey glasses. He'd shown me everything: the offshore accounts, the falsified documents, the trail of corruption our father had built his empire on. We'd stayed up until dawn, plotting and planning, 2 siblings finally united in purpose. The elevator doors opened to the lobby, and I walked out into the sunshine. My father thought he'd won today, thought he'd put his rebellious daughter in her place while securing his golden boy's future. He had no idea that his carefully constructed world was about to unravel thread by thread, law by law. I pulled out my phone again, dialing Alina's number. Hey, I said when she answered. It's done. Time to move to phase 2. You sure about this? She asked. I looked back at the building bearing my family's name. More sure than I've ever been about anything. The game was on, and I intended to win. Desmond's apartment always smelled like coffee and old books. I found him on his balcony that evening, cigarette in one hand, notebook in the other. The city lights sparkled below us like fallen stars. You're smoking again, I said, sliding the glass door closed behind me. And you're judging again? He stubbed out the cigarette anyway, giving me a crooked smile. How'd the old man take it? Like a king accepting tribute. I sat in the weathered chair beside him. He didn't suspect a thing. Desmond laughed, but there was no humor in it. Of course not. In his mind, you're still that little girl desperate for his approval, and I'm still the family screw-up. Speaking of screw-ups, I nodded toward his notebook. How's the new collection coming along? He hesitated, then handed me the leather-bound book. See for yourself, page 43. I flipped through pages filled with his precise handwriting until I found what he wanted me to see. The poem was titled Empire of Glass. Read it out loud, he said quietly. I cleared my throat. In Father's tower of mirrors and lies, where truth distorts like morning fog, I watched him build his kingdom high, on foundations made of fool's gold and borrowed time. My hands started shaking as I continued. In hidden vaults and secret files, the evidence of empire's fall awaits its day of reckoning, when justice claims her due from all. Jesus, Des. I looked up at him. You can't keep this here. If he ever found it, he won't. Desmond took the notebook back. Besides, it's just poetry, right? That's what he always says. My useless hobby. A door slammed somewhere in the building, making us both jump. We'd grown up flinching at sudden noises, at footsteps in hallways. Show me everything, I said, all the documents you mentioned. He led me inside to his study, pulling a false bottom from his desk drawer. Took these from his office over the last year. Whenever he'd call me in for one of his career guidance sessions, I'd wait until he stepped out and photograph whatever I could find. The stack of papers he handed me was devastating. Fake invoices, doctored financial statements, evidence of bribes paid to city officials. My father's fingerprints were all over them, metaphorically, if not literally. This is why he's pushing for the inheritance transfer, I realized. He needs clean money for his campaign, money that can't be traced back to all this. Bingo. Desmond poured us both a whiskey. The prodigal son and the dutiful daughter, publicly supporting their father's bid for mayor with their legitimate inheritance. It's a perfect story. Too perfect. I took a sip, letting the alcohol burn away my hesitation. We need more. These documents are a start, but we need someone on the inside. Desmond's eyes lit up. What about Maria? She's been on the board forever, and she was Mom's best friend before. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. We both remembered the car accident that took our mother 12 years ago, and the way our father had seemed more inconvenienced than grieving. Maria might help, I said slowly. She never remarried after her husband died. Dad helped her keep her board seat when others wanted her out. She owes him. Exactly why she might want to settle that debt. Desmond grabbed his phone. She always liked me. Let me set up a lunch with her. I watched him text, noting how his hands shook slightly. You okay with all this? It's not too late to back out. He looked up, and for a moment I saw the little boy who used to crawl into my bed during thunderstorms. Remember what Mom used to say? The truth always rises like cream to the top. Yeah, I whispered. I remember. Well, I'm tired of watching Dad skim off that cream and leave nothing but sour milk behind. He showed me Maria's response. Lunch tomorrow, 1 p.m. usual place. We're doing this, Olive. For Mom. For us. My phone buzzed. A text from Alina. Meeting set with Wyatt for tomorrow morning. He's interested. Wyatt's in, I told Desmond. If we can get Maria too, we will. He walked me to the door. Hey, Olive. Thanks for not giving up on me, even when I was trying my best to be exactly what Dad said I was. I hugged him, breathing in the familiar scent of coffee and tobacco. You're my little brother. That doesn't change, no matter what. As I drove home that night, I thought about Desmond's poem. Our father had built his empire on glass and lies, thinking himself untouchable in his tower of mirrors. But he'd forgotten one crucial thing. Mirrors can be shattered, and when they break, they cut deep. I pulled into my driveway just as another text came through from Desmond. Found more files, big ones. Come by tomorrow after Maria? Will do, I replied. Sweet dreams, poet. His final message made me smile. Justice never sleeps, sis. Neither do we. The press conference room at Bennett and Associates buzzed with anticipation. I stood at the back, watching my father work the crowd like a master conductor. Every smile, every handshake was perfectly choreographed. My fellow citizens, he began, his voice carrying that practiced warmth he'd perfected over decades. Today, I'm announcing my candidacy for mayor of our great city. Cameras flashed. Reporters leaned forward. I caught Desmond's eye across the room. He was playing his part perfectly, the prodigal son in an expertly tailored suit. With the full support of my family, my father continued gesturing to us, I pledged to bring integrity, transparency, and progress to City Hall. I felt bile rise in my throat but maintained my camera-ready smile. Beside me, Alina squeezed my arm gently, a reminder to stay calm. Mr. Bennett, a reporter stood up. Your children's inheritance was recently restructured. Any connection to campaign financing? My father's smile didn't waver. My family's private financial decisions are exactly that, private, but I can assure you that everything has been handled with complete transparency and legality. I watched Maria shift uncomfortably in her seat. She'd agreed to meet Desmond for lunch, but seeing her reaction now, I wondered if we might have more leverage than we thought. The questions continued for another 20 minutes. I counted 3 times my father lied outright, and 6 times he dodged with carefully worded non-answers. When it was over, he beckoned Desmond and me to his office. "Well done, both of you," he said, pouring himself a scotch. "Desmond, that suit was the right choice. Olive, try to smile more next time. You looked severe. Wouldn't want to tarnish your image of perfection," I muttered. He set his glass down hard. "Don't start. This campaign is crucial for all of us. The connections we'll make, the opportunities, the bribes we'll take." The words slipped out before I could stop them. His face darkened. "Careful, Olive. Very careful." Desmond stepped between us. "She's just tired, Dad. We all are. Maybe we should call it a day?" "Fine." Our father waved us away. "But remember, from now on, everything you do reflects on this campaign. Everything." In the elevator, Desmond let out a shaky breath. "That was close." "Too close," I agreed. "Did you see Maria?" "Yeah, she's nervous. Meeting her in an hour." I checked my phone. 3 missed calls from Wyatt. "Keep me posted. I need to see Wyatt." I found him in his office across town, surrounded by financial reports. My old mentor looked up as I entered, his face grave. "Close the door," he said. I did. "What did you find?" "It's worse than we thought." He spread out several documents. "Your father's been running a sophisticated scheme through the firm. Client money disappearing into shell companies, reappearing as clean political donations." "Can we prove it?" "With Maria's help, yes. She's been signing off on these transactions for years, probably without realizing their full scope." My phone buzzed. A text from Desmond. "Maria talking. It's big. Get here now." "I have to go," I told Wyatt, "but send me everything you found." I met Desmond and Maria at a small cafe far from our usual haunts. Maria looked like she'd aged 10 years since the press conference. "Tell her," Desmond urged gently. Maria's hands shook as she lifted her coffee cup. "Your mother, the accident, it wasn't random." The world stopped spinning for a moment. "What?" "She'd found something," Maria continued. "Documents like the ones you have now. She was going to expose everything. Then the brake lines in her car." "No," I whispered. "He wouldn't. He didn't do it himself," Maria said quickly. "But he knew. He knew, and he let it happen. I've carried that knowledge for 12 years. Desmond grabbed my hand under the table. I could feel him trembling. "I'll help you," Maria said. "Whatever you need. It's time the truth came out." Back in my car, Desmond and I sat in silence for a long moment. "We can't let this go," he finally said. "No," I agreed, "but we have to be smart. He's already killed once to protect his secrets." "So, what's the play?" I started the car. "We gather everything, the financial records, Maria's testimony, Wyatt's evidence. Then we take it all to the ethics committee, the DA's office, and the press, simultaneously." "He'll see it coming." "No," I said, pulling into traffic. "He'll see what he expects to see. His ambitious daughter and poetic son playing their assigned roles. He thinks he wrote this story. He doesn't realize we're writing our own ending." My phone rang. Our father's number. "Don't answer it," Desmond said. I hit ignore, watching the notification fade away. "Time to go see Alina. We need to make sure every legal angle is covered." "Olive?" Desmond's voice was small. "Mom would be proud of us, right?" I thought of our mother's favorite saying about truth rising like cream. "Yeah, Des, she would be." The truth about our mother's death had changed everything. This wasn't just about inheritance anymore. This was about justice, long delayed but finally within reach. "You're telling me your father had your mother killed?" Alina paced her office, heels clicking against hardwood floors. "This changes everything, Olive." "I know." I spread Maria's documents across Alina's desk. but it also gives us leverage we never expected. Wyatt leaned forward in his chair, examining a particularly damning financial statement. We need to move carefully. One wrong step, and this could all backfire spectacularly. Or we could end up like Mom, Desmond added from his spot by the window. Alina stopped pacing. He's right. This isn't just about exposing corruption anymore. We're dealing with someone who's willing to commit murder to protect his secrets. My phone buzzed. Another call from our father. Fifth one today. I silenced it. He's getting nervous, Wyatt observed. The campaign's making him vulnerable. He knows it. Good. I pulled out my laptop. Maria's given us access to the board's private servers. Look at this. I pulled up a series of transactions, each more suspicious than the last. Money flowing through dozens of shell companies, always ending up in political action committees supporting my father's various initiatives. Jesus, Alina whispered, leaning over my shoulder. How long has this been going on? At least 15 years, Wyatt said, around the time your mother died. Desmond's phone chimed. Maria just sent more. Dad's calling an emergency board meeting tomorrow morning. He suspects something, I said. We need to move faster. No. Wyatt's voice was firm. That's exactly what we can't do. Rush this and we'll miss something crucial. He's survived this long because he's careful. A knock at the door made us all jump. Alina's assistant poked her head in. Sorry to interrupt, but there's someone here insisting on seeing Olive. Says she's from the board. My heart stopped. What's her name? Jessica? No. Janet? Julia? Desmond asked sharply. Yes, that's it. I exchanged looks with Desmond. Julia had been our mother's secretary before the accident. She'd quit immediately after, disappeared completely. Send her in, I said. Julia looked older, grayer, but her eyes were still sharp as she entered. I saw the press conference, she said without preamble. When I heard about the inheritance transfer, I knew. You're going after him, aren't you? Why are you here, Julia? Desmond asked. She reached into her bag, pulled out a sealed envelope. Your mother gave this to me the day before she died. Said if anything happened to her, I should keep it safe until her children were ready. My hands shook as I took the envelope. Inside was a single USB drive and a handwritten note. For Olive and Desmond, when the time comes to face the truth, love, Mom. I've been watching, Julia continued, waiting for signs that you were finally moving against him. The inheritance transfer was the first. The campaign announcement confirmed it. What's on the drive? I asked. Everything. Your mother was thorough. She documented it all. The bribes, the threats, the shell companies. She even recorded conversations. Wyatt plugged the drive into his laptop. Files upon files appeared. Audio recordings, scanned documents, photographs. 15 years of evidence, preserved by a mother who knew she might not live to use it. Holy shit, Alina breathed, scrolling through the files. This is everything we need, and more. Why didn't you come forward before? Desmond demanded of Julia. Your mother's note said to wait until you were ready, until you started moving against him yourselves. She stood up. I should go. He still has people watching me. Wait, I called as she reached the door. Did you know what he was going to do to her? Julia's eyes filled with tears. No, but I suspected. We all did. That's why I kept this safe all these years. She knew the risks, but she never stopped fighting for the truth. For you. After she left, we sat in stunned silence, the weight of our mother's final gift hanging heavy in the air. We need to move some of this evidence to secure locations, Wyatt finally said. Multiple copies, different places. I'll handle that, Alina offered. I have contacts who can help. My phone buzzed again, a text this time. Olive, my office, 8 a.m. tomorrow, non-negotiable. Dad. He's making his move, Desmond said, reading over my shoulder. Good, I stood up, gathering the documents. Let him. Everything's different now. Mom made sure of that. Olive, Wyatt warned. Don't get cocky. He's still dangerous. I know. I looked at the team we'd assembled. My brother, my best friend, my mentor, and now my mother's final act of protection. But so are we. We worked late into the night, organizing evidence, planning our next moves. Mom's files filled in every gap in our case, provided context for every suspicious transaction we'd uncovered. Tomorrow, I'd face my father across his desk one more time. But now I had something he didn't expect, a mother's love, reaching across years to deliver justice. Ready for tomorrow? Desmond asked as we finally prepared to leave. I thought of Mom, of her courage, of her faith in us. More than ready. It's time to end this. 8 a.m. found me in my father's office, watching him read through campaign briefings as if I wasn't even there. The morning sun cast long shadows across his desk, highlighting the silver in his hair. You've been avoiding my calls, he said finally, not looking up. I've been busy. Too busy for family dinner tonight? Your brother's coming. Maria, too. I kept my face neutral, though my heart raced. Wouldn't miss it. He set down his papers, fixing me with that penetrating stare that used to terrify me as a child. What's going on with you and Desmond? Nothing's going on. Don't lie to me. He stood up, walking to his wall of windows. You two have been meeting secretly, having whispered conversations, drawing my board members into your little conspiracy. Paranoid much, Dad? He turned sharply. You think I don't have eyes everywhere? That I don't know about your meetings with Wyatt? With Alina? They're my friends, my colleagues. They're threats to everything we've built. He moved closer, his voice dropping. Just like your mother was. The air left my lungs. What did you just say? You heard me. His eyes were cold, calculating. Your mother never understood the necessity of certain arrangements. She let her morality blind her to the bigger picture. I see the same weakness in you. Is that what you told yourself? My voice shook with rage. When you had her killed, that she was weak? He didn't even flinch. So, Julia finally showed up with that drive. I wondered when she would. You knew? Of course I knew. I've known for years, but the evidence was circumstantial, the recordings inadmissible. Your mother was careless, like you're being careless now. My phone buzzed in my pocket, probably Desmond warning me about dinner. I ignored it. Here's what's going to happen, my father continued, sitting back at his desk. You're going to drop whatever misguided crusade you're planning. You and Desmond will publicly support my campaign. In return, I'll restore your inheritance, double it even. And if I refuse? He smiled, the same smile I'd seen in photographs with business partners who later committed suicide or disappeared. Ask your mother. You're threatening your own children? I'm protecting my legacy. He picked up a pen, started signing documents. You have until dinner tonight to decide. Bring Desmond with you. 7 p.m. sharp. I stood up, my legs surprisingly steady. You know what your problem is, Dad? You're so focused on your legacy, you forgot about Mom's. He looked up. What's that supposed to mean? Guess you'll find out at dinner. I walked to the door, then turned back. Oh, and Dad, Mom wasn't careless. She was brilliant. She just played a longer game than you expected. I made it to my car before the shaking started. Desmond answered on the first ring. He knows, I said. How much? About the drive, about Julia. He's demanding we back off or else. Shit. A pause. What about dinner tonight? We're going, but first, we need to see Alina and Wyatt, now. An hour later, we sat in Alina's office, planning our counter move. He's desperate, Wyatt said, making threats this openly. He's scared. Good, Desmond replied. Let him sweat. Alina spread out the latest documents from Maria. The DA's office is ready. One word from us and they move. Not yet, I said. First, we do dinner. Are you crazy? Desmond stood up. He basically admitted to killing Mom. He threatened us directly. Exactly. I pulled out my phone, showing them the recording app that had been running during my entire meeting with our father. And now we have him on tape. Alina's eyes widened. You recorded him? Mom's files showed he was always careful about phones and emails. But in his office, in person, that's where he feels safe. That's where he slips up. Like he just did, Wyatt said slowly, admitting he knew about the drive, implying involvement in your mother's death. It's not enough for a conviction, Alina cautioned, but combined with everything else, it's enough to scare him, I finished. At dinner tonight, we let him think he's won. Then tomorrow morning, we end this, Desmond said firmly. My phone buzzed again, a text from Maria. Your father's called an emergency board meeting for tomorrow morning. First item on the agenda, removing me from the board. Perfect timing, I said, showing them the message. He's making all the moves we expected. You really think this will work? Desmond asked. I thought of our mother, meticulously gathering evidence even as she knew what it might cost her. Mom believed in justice enough to die for it. The least we can do is live for it. 7 p.m., Alina reminded us. Be careful. Always am, I said, gathering my things. After all, I learned from the best. Dad? Desmond asked. No, I smiled. Mom. The dining room at my father's house felt like a stage set for a Greek tragedy. Crystal glasses caught the chandelier light, casting prism shadows across the white tablecloth. Maria sat to my father's right, her face a careful mask. Desmond and I took our usual places across from each other. Wine? My father lifted a bottle of expensive Bordeaux. Please, I said, watching him pour. His hands were steady. They'd always been steady, even when delivering the news of Mom's death. Now, he said, setting down the bottle, shall we discuss your decision? Actually, Desmond spoke up, I'd like to read something first. He pulled out his notebook. Our father sighed. Must we? It's short, Desmond assured him. I wrote it specially for tonight. Maria gripped her wine glass tighter as Desmond began to read. In Mother's garden, roses bloom, where secrets lie beneath the loam. Truth plants its seeds in darkness deep, until the day they break for home. The silence that followed was deafening. Interesting choice of subject, our father said quietly. Your mother's garden died with her. Did it? I asked. Or did it just go dormant, waiting for the right time to bloom? His fork clinked against his plate. I've had enough of these metaphors. What's your answer? About the campaign? I took a sip of wine. We've decided to support you fully. He relaxed slightly. Good. I'm glad you've seen reason. In fact, Desmond added, we've prepared a statement for tomorrow's board meeting about family unity and all that. Excellent, our father smiled. Maria, you'll be there, of course? Wouldn't miss it, she said softly. My phone buzzed. A text from Alina. Everything's in place for tomorrow. DA's office standing by. No phones at dinner, our father chided. I put it away. Sorry, work never stops. Speaking of work, he continued, I've been thinking about your role at the firm, Olive. Perhaps it's time you took on more responsibility, left that civil rights nonsense behind. Like Mom left her principles behind? The words slipped out before I could stop them. His face hardened. Your mother made her choices. Did she? Desmond's voice was sharp. Or did you make them for her? Careful, son. Or what? I leaned forward. Her brake lines might fail, too. Maria's wine glass shattered in her hand, red liquid spreading across white linen like blood. Oh dear, she said, standing quickly. I should clean up. Sit down, Maria. Our father's voice was steel. All of you, sit down. We sat. Now listen carefully, he continued. Tomorrow's board meeting is crucial. The campaign announcement follows immediately after. You will all play your parts perfectly. No poems, no accusations, no clever little hints about the past. Am I clear? Crystal, I said, meeting his gaze. We know exactly what's expected of us. Good. He dabbed his mouth with a napkin. Now, who's ready for dessert? Later, in the driveway, Desmond grabbed my arm. Did you see his face when I read the poem? Yeah, he knows we know. Think he suspects about tomorrow? No. I look back at the house. His ego won't let him imagine we could actually hurt him. My phone buzzed again. Wyatt this time. Media alert prepared. Waiting for your signal. Everything's ready, I told Desmond. Alina has the legal documents. Wyatt has the press release. Maria has the board presentation. And the DA has Mom's files. What if he runs? He won't. I got into my car. He thinks he's untouchable. That's always been his weakness. Olive? Desmond leaned in through the window. What if we're wrong? What if he's prepared for this? I thought of the recording from this morning, safely backed up in 3 different locations. He's good at playing chess, Des, but Mom taught us to play the long game. She knew someday we'd need to. See you tomorrow then, front row for the fireworks? Wouldn't miss it. I started the engine. Get some sleep. Tomorrow we honor Mom's legacy. As I drove home, my phone lit up with one final text. From my father. Proud of you both for making the right choice. Everything will be perfect tomorrow. I smiled, thinking of Mom's garden metaphor in Desmond's poem. Tomorrow, the seeds she'd planted 15 years ago would finally break through to the surface. Tomorrow, truth would bloom in all its terrible beauty. And our father? He'd learned that some legacies can't be buried, no matter how deep you dig the grave. I sent a group text to our coalition. Everything's set. See you all tomorrow. Remember, timing is everything. Then I turned off my phone and poured myself a whiskey. One last quiet night before the storm. Mom's favorite saying echoed in my mind. The truth always rises. Tomorrow, it would rise like a flood. The boardroom buzzed with nervous energy. My father stood at the head of the table, shuffling through his campaign notes while board members filed in. Desmond sat beside me, his leg bouncing under the table. Maria took her usual seat, pale but composed. Before we begin, my father announced, I'd like my daughter to say a few words about family unity and our campaign vision. I stood, smoothing my skirt. Actually, Dad, I think Maria has something to present first. His head snapped up. That's not on the agenda. Consider it an amendment. Maria's voice was steady as she connected her laptop to the projector. As a board member, I have the right to present evidence of financial misconduct. The room went silent. My father's smile turned dangerous. Maria, think carefully about what you're doing. I have. She clicked a button, and the first document appeared on screen. For 15 years, what followed was devastating. Transaction records, offshore accounts, recorded conversations, including his threat to me from yesterday. Board members leaned forward, faces shifting from confusion to shock to anger. This is absurd, my father sputtered. These documents are clearly fabricated. Are they? I pulled out my phone, played the recording from our dinner. His voice filled the room. Your mother made her choices. The door opened. Wyatt walked in, followed by 2 police detectives and the district attorney. Harold, the DA said, we need to talk. This is a private meeting, my father snapped. Not anymore. One of the detectives stepped forward. We have a warrant for your arrest. On what charges? Financial fraud, corruption, conspiracy to commit murder. The detective glanced at his notepad. Want me to continue? My father laughed, but I heard the edge of panic. This is ridiculous. Olive, tell them. Tell them what, Dad? That you had Mom killed because she was going to expose you? That you've been threatening your own children? You ungrateful, he lunged forward, but Desmond stepped between us. Don't, my brother said quietly. It's over. The boardroom doors burst open again. Reporters flooded in, cameras flashing. Wyatt had timed the press release perfectly. Mr. Bennett, is it true you're being investigated for your wife's death? Did you threaten your children? What about the campaign funds? My father straightened his tie, trying to regain control. No comment. My lawyer will. Actually, Alina stepped forward, legal documents in hand. The firm's board has just voted to freeze all accounts pending investigation, including your personal assets. You can't do that? We just did. Maria stood up. The vote was unanimous. The detectives moved closer. Sir, please place your hands behind your back. For a moment, I thought he might resist. Then his shoulders slumped, and I saw something I'd never seen before. Defeat. As they let him out, he turned to me. I did everything for this family. No, I said. You did everything for yourself. Mom did everything for the family. Desmond pulled out his notebook one last time. Hey, Dad, one more poem before you go. Empire falls on feet of clay. Truth rises like the morning sun. Mother's garden blooms today. Justice's work is finally done. The media frenzy that followed was intense. Desmond and I watched from Alina's office as every major network covered the story. Prominent lawyer arrested, mayoral campaign in ruins, decades of corruption exposed. Mom would be proud, Desmond said softly. She knew we'd figure it out eventually. I handed him a file. Look what Julia found in Mom's old office. Inside were 2 letters, dated the week before her death, one for each of us. Desmond's hands shook as he read his. She knew, Olive. She knew what he might do, but she kept gathering evidence anyway. Because she believed we'd finish what she started. I wiped away tears. She believed in justice more than she feared him. My phone buzzed. Maria. Board voted. You're both reinstated as equal partners. When you're ready, the firm is yours to reform. What do you think? I asked Desmond. Ready to help me turn Dad's empire into something Mom would be proud of? He smiled. Think they'll let me add a poetry division? A knock at the door, Wyatt with more news. DA wants to meet. They're offering your father a deal, but they need your statements first. Tell them we'll be there. I stood up, gathering our mother's letters. But first, Desmond and I have somewhere to go. We drove to the cemetery in silence. Mom's grave was simple, elegant, everything she'd been in life. We laid fresh roses, and Desmond read his poem one more time. We did it, Mom, I whispered. Your garden's blooming again. As we walked back to the car, Desmond grabbed my hand. What now, sis? I thought of all the work ahead, reforming the firm, rebuilding our family's legacy, ensuring justice was served. Now, we make sure the truth stays in the light where it belongs. Together, together. I squeezed his hand, just like Mom always wanted. The courthouse steps were crowded with reporters as I walked out into the autumn sunshine. Desmond waited by the car, notebook in hand as always. 25 years, he said as I approached. Think it's enough? For fraud and conspiracy? Yes. I loosened my court attire scarf. For Mom, nothing would be enough. Our father had taken the plea deal, avoiding a public trial that would have dragged our family's name through even more mud. His final words to the judge had been, predictably, about legacy and necessity. Ready to go? Desmond asked. One more stop first. We drove to Bennett and Associates. soon to be renamed Justice Partners. The building looked different now, less imposing somehow. Maria met us in the lobby. "The last of the restitution payments went out this morning," she said, walking us to the elevator. "Every client who was defrauded has been made whole." "And the pro bono program?" I asked. "Fully funded. Your mother would love what you're doing with her inheritance." In my office, our father's old office, Alina and Wyatt waited with champagne. "To justice," Wyatt proposed, raising his glass. "To family," Desmond added. "To Mom," I said softly. As we drank, I noticed Desmond fidgeting with his notebook. "What is it?" "I found something in Dad's personal files. A letter Mom wrote to him the day before." He pulled out a folded page. "Think we should read it?" The room went quiet. Maria touched my arm. "Whatever you decide, we're here." I took the letter, unfolded it carefully. "Harold, by the time you read this, you'll have made your choice. I hope for our children's sake you choose truth over power, but I know you won't. I've watched you build this empire on lies, telling yourself it was for the family. But families aren't built on secrets and fear. They're built on love and truth. Olive and Desmond are stronger than you know, smarter than you give them credit for. One day, they'll see through the mirrors you've placed around them. When that day comes, I hope they'll remember to choose justice over vengeance. I've made my choice. Whatever happens to me, the truth will rise. With hope for your redemption, Margaret." Silence filled the office. Then Desmond laughed softly. "What?" I asked. She knew we'd end up right here, in this office, reading this letter. She played the longest game of all. "Speaking of games," Alina interjected, "the press is waiting downstairs. They want a statement about the firm's new direction." I looked around at our unlikely coalition, my poetic brother, my mother's loyal friend, my trusted mentor, my fierce ally. Let's give them something worth reporting. Downstairs, cameras flashed as Desmond and I stepped up to the microphones. He spoke first, clear and strong. "Today marks a new chapter, not just for our firm, but for our family's legacy. My sister and I are announcing the creation of the Margaret Bennett Foundation for Legal Justice." I stepped forward. "Using the recovered funds and our personal inheritance, we're establishing a network of legal clinics across the city. Every person deserves access to justice, regardless of their ability to pay." "And poetry workshops," Desmond added with a grin, "because sometimes justice needs a creative touch." The reporters laughed. Questions flew. "What about your father's political connections? Will you continue his business relationships? How do you respond to criticism about family loyalty?" I held up my hand. Our loyalty was always to the truth. That's our family's real legacy, not the one our father tried to build, but the one our mother died protecting. Back in the office, I found Julia waiting with a small package. "Found this in your mother's old files," she said. "Thought you might want it." Inside was a garden trowel, worn with use, and a packet of rose seeds. A note read, "For when it's time to plant a new garden." Desmond appeared at my shoulder. "Mom's favorite roses. Think they'll grow here?" I gestured to the office's small balcony. "Only one way to find out." Together, we stepped out into the sunlight. The city spread below us, not as a kingdom to be conquered, but as a community to be served. While Desmond prepared the soil in a large planter, I opened the seed packet. "You know," he said, "Dad always said you can't build a legacy on ideals." Dad was wrong about a lot of things. I planted the first seed. Mom knew better. "She did," Maria said from the doorway, "and so do you." I looked at the tiny seeds in my palm, so small yet containing so much potential, like truth, like justice, like love. "Ready to grow something new?" I asked Desmond. He smiled, taking a handful of seeds. "Together." And there, high above the city our father had tried to own, we planted our mother's roses, seeds of truth in soil nourished by justice, waiting to bloom.